Wembley are concerned this season. Middlesbrough lost the Coca-Cola Cup final, Newcastle the FA Cup, and Law Town the FA Vase. Is there to be more despair for the region, or a happy ending for some of the most passionate fans in the country? Wembley's fourth game in 4 days, and it's the most eagerly anticipated of the lot. The First Division Play-Off Final between Charlton Athletic and Sunderland. And the teams are here. Alan Kirbishley leading the underdogs, if that's what they are. At this stage of the season, I don't think anybody would write off this South London team. They've done so well, so consistently, and they've got some class players. There's Mark Bright, his 7th Wembley appearance. He definitely plays today, and so does that man, the leading scorer, Clive Mendonca. And here's Sunderland. Peter Reid, in disguise with those dark glasses and his collar up. Lee Clark looks a little apprehensive, he was going the wrong way. Michael Gray, quickly off the bus. Bright orange ties, kipper-coloured perhaps. Very sartorially elegant. There's Niall Quinn, what an elegant performer he is, both on and off the pitch. And somewhere, there he is, Kevin Phillips. 34 goals and Lionel Perez last man out. Here we go then, the final instalment in what has been a thrilling promotion race. 3 wise men here today to help us through the afternoon. Clive Allen, who's been with us throughout the season. Ray Wilkins, who, like Clive, is a former teammate of Peter Reid. And Lenny Lawrence, who managed Charlton when they were last in the top division. Lenny, is this the best Charlton side since then?
I think so. I think Alan's built the team patiently over the last 2 or 3 years. He added the last 2 or 3 key parts to the jigsaw just before the deadline when he bought Eddie Hughes and Danny Mills, who've done terrific for him, and as well as Neil Heaney. And hopefully they'll be good enough on the day.
Ray, are you surprised at just how well they've done this season?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. They've done exceptionally well all season, and I think when you get a collective unit like they've got, you've always got half a chance. You don't hear anything nasty coming out of Charlton. You just hear good things, and when you hear their players talk, they talk very well about each other and very well about how well the club's done, and I'm not surprised at all.
And Clive, perhaps more pressure on Sunderland than on Charlton today?
Yeah, I think so, Marcus. I think that Sunderland is a club that's geared up for the Premiership. Fantastic stadium, massive following who are here again today in their droves, and I think there's a little bit more pressure on them to win here this afternoon.
Well, 1 goal was enough for Colchester on Friday night in the Division 3 playoff final, and it was just as close in the 2nd Division decider yesterday afternoon.
And it's slipped through here, chance for Doberman! 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, and he's done it! Bit of pushing and pulling going on between Leicester and Warburton, but the referee sees it at 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. And Leicester's gone right through and he's tripped, and it's a penalty. It's saved by Woodman. Andy Woodman has turned it away, and Northampton still have hope here. Black is there looking for the follow-up. Paul Groves off the underside of the crossbar. A great chance to have set the seal on it. Gibbs corner, headed back across by Warburton, the goal was unguarded, and they couldn't find the target again. And Grimsby have bounced back into the First Division at the first attempt. It's Grimsby's year at Wembley.
Thrilling stuff yesterday, and we expect more of the same this afternoon. Let's hear from some of the players who are going to be involved.
I knew as captain, looking forward to it. Oh, very much so. It's been something we've aimed all season to get in the playoffs, and now we're in the final, and we're probably one of the best teams in the league. And now for 90 minutes, we'll give it our best shot.
As everybody knows, I am a Sunderland fan, great supporters, great club. But as I've said before, at the end of the day, I've got to do for Charlton. And as I say, if we get that bit of luck, I think we can definitely do it today.
Whose side are your family on today?
It's a bit off and off, really, but everybody wants me to score. Like, you know, a lot of them have said, I hope you score and you get beat, but I think, personally, I think we'll win.
A few months ago, could you have dreamt you'd have been here now?
I think when you get to my age, you think maybe your last Wembley appearance is past you, but I always thought we'd end up in the playoffs. maybe sneak the second place, but we haven't, and we're here, and we've got a chance to get promotion with a bit more glamour now.
You've scored here before, can you do it again?
I hope so, yeah.
Niall, it's your 4th Wembley appearance, do you still get the old butterflies?
You do, yeah. I didn't think it'd be so bad this time, but once you get to Wembley Way and you see all the crowd, yeah, of course it does. You wouldn't be human if it didn't.
And you've yet to be on the losing side, haven't you?
God, have I? Yeah, that's right. I didn't come on against Luton actually when we got beat, so that's something that really means nothing. But I think the expectation of Sunderland is so great today. You know, we can't even think about losing.
Kevin, you're the sole survivor from the 1992 side. What do you remember that occasion?
Not as much as what I'm remembering now, to be honest with you. I mean, I can remember going out on the pitch then, but everything after that seemed such a blur. And before you knew it, the game was over and you were back in the changing room. As I said, this time when we come here, I'm going to try to savour every moment and enjoy every moment as well.
Lee, you dropped down a division to come to Sunderland. It looks like it could pay off.
Well, yeah, we've got a very difficult game this afternoon, but hopefully at the end of the game I'm celebrating being back in the Premiership.
How have the Sunderland fans taken to you?
Yeah, they've been absolutely marvellous. Support's fantastic, they get right behind the lads, and hopefully we can give them something to shout about, but Charlton will be thinking the same. It's going to be difficult, but we'll give it a good go.
Huge afternoon for all those players. Lenny, do you think it's just a case of which team settles the quickest today?
Yeah, I think so. I think the first 20 minutes will be vital, and which team gets into their rhythm the quickest. You know, Sunderland passed the ball, but they have got the outlet with Noel Quinn to be direct, and that's going to be a difficult task for Charlton to cope with. But yeah, I think it'll be the team that gets into the rhythm of their game quickest will have the best chance. And I certainly think that the team who scores first, with the respective sides' defensive records, will make it very difficult for the other team to come from behind to win.
Well, remember, it's 9 successive clean sheets for Charlton, only 2 defeats in 17 games for Sunderland. Here's a quick reminder of how they both fared in the playoff semi-finals. The 2 form sides met in our live semi-final first leg. Charlton with 8 wins from 9 and Ipswich with only 1 league defeat in 23 made for an intriguing contest at Portman Road.
Away goes Keith Jones this time. Bright is in the box, Clapham trapping back, and he's turned it into his own net.
But the win was soured by the dismissal of Danny Mills for that late challenge on Maurizio Tirico, which ruled the Charlton fullback out of the second leg. Nonetheless, the Londoners were still strong favourites. Their last defeat at the Valley had come way back in late September.
Excellent piece of play from Newton. Tiptoes through the defence and scores a wonder goal!
In the other semi-final, Peter Reid took his Sunderland side south to Bramall Lane to face Sheffield United. And it was the visitors who struck first. Captain Kevin Ball with this stunning volley. Only his 4th of the season, but certainly his most important. However, Marcelo managed to sneak in and square the game in the second half from close range. And the Blades saved the best till last. Vasilis Borbokis with a wonderful free kick that left the tie finely poised as we picked up the action live in the second leg. More than 40,000 were packed into the Stadium of Light on what turned out to be a memorable evening for Sunderland.
And here's Johnston, and it's taken a deflection and it's gone in! This is Gray. Back to Gray again, off the line. This is Summerby, can he finish? It's turned in by Phillips. Here's Hamilton. Marcelo, Devlin! Pushed away, Saunders goes for the follow-up, and Perez denies him again. Magnificent double save from the goalkeeper.
And they survived a nail-biting finish to book their trip to Wembley. So that's how they made their way down Wembley Way, and there they are. We are expecting a sellout for the first time in the history of the playoffs at Wembley. A tremendous afternoon ahead. Let's hear from some of the supporters, starting with the Charlton fans.
I am very confident. No goals in 13 hours of football. We are going to walk all over them.
I've got heart, spirit. Ain't conceded a goal for about 9 games on a roll.
It should be a good day. We tighten our defence. Hopefully it's going to work in our favour today. But this is a Charlton dream coming through today.
It's going to be 2-0 to us. Clive Duncan's going to score against his home team. Yeah! And Sunderland have got a long journey home.
We're going up!
I think we'll get it. I think we've got the scoring partnership, Quinn, Phillips bound to get a goal. At me house or not.
Well, I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a great day. We've talked to a few Charlton supporters, had a good chat, and I think it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a good game, two good sides.
I think we'll beat Charlton because we're a better team. We've proved ourselves throughout the season. We've got more points. We've scored more goals.
It's Johnson, Quinn, Summerby. We can score the goals. It will be tight, 1-0. First team that scores will win it, and we'll be the first team to score.
Well, that's what they think. Let's get the team news for the final time this season from Alan Bentley.
Yes, thanks a lot, Marcus. There is something of a surprise in the Charlton ranks. I can tell you John Robinson, although he's fit, doesn't play. He has to be content with a place on the bench. Let's have a look at the two sides in a bit more detail for you, starting with Charlton Athletic. And in goal, this man, Sasa Ilic, Melbourne-born, Yugoslav passport, 9 clean sheets on the trot. Another, and he breaks the club record that stood for over 70 years. Danny Mills sent off in the playoff semi at Ipswich. He returns at right back. Richard Rufus yet to score in 164 appearances for the club. He's alongside Eddie Yowd, signed for Bradford on deadline day. As I say, John Robinson isn't playing. Neil Heaney, he continues to deputise. He's on loan from Manchester City, and he's yet to be on the losing side for Charlton. Up front, it's Clive Mendonca, a huge Sunderland fan, and Mark Bright making a 7th Wembley appearance. As for Sunderland, well, keeper Lionel Perez is still unsure as to whether he'll be at the club next season. Astonishing. Very young back four, Michael Gray on the left, he's the veteran at 24. And in midfield, it's record signing Lee Clark with Kevin Ball. He's the sole survivor from Sunderland's last Wembley appearance. That was the 1992 FA Cup final against Liverpool. And up front, it's the record-breaking Kevin Phillips and Niall Quinn. 4th time at Wembley for him, yet to be on the losing side. That's it, Marcus. Back to you.
Thank you, Alan. Well, one slight surprise there, John Robinson on the bench. Lenny, what do you make of that?
Difficult decision for Alan. He's been injured for 6-7 weeks. He's fit now, but I don't think he's played a competitive game. So it's a difficult decision for Alan there, whether to throw him straight in the team or have him on the bench. And if he did pick him from the start, you have to say it would be doubtful that he'd make the 90 minutes. So a substitution may be forced on him, whatever the other situation of the game. So I think it's probably the right and it's probably the professional decision to make, although it's a bit hard on somebody who's played such a big part in them getting here.
Key area could be the midfield battle between Kinsella and Clark. Clive, I know you're looking forward to that confrontation in particular.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a tremendous battle in here. Mark Kinsella, in particular, in the playoff semi-final, was absolutely superb in this game against Ipswich. For the first 20 minutes, himself and Jones won every single tackle, nullified the threat that Ipswich had with the home advantage that particular day. And I think this is going to be very, very important in how well these two play against Clark and Ball.
Kinsella has gone from strength to strength. He's been ever present, Ray, this season. He is a tower of strength, isn't he?
They're both very, very good footballers, the two of them, but I think Ball and Jones are very, very important. I think Ball for Sunderland is the one that really gets hold of the game for them and makes the others around them play. And Clark's a super footballer. But
dropped down a division, which some people thought a little strange.
Yeah, but he obviously realised the potential that a lot of people have seen in Sunderland. Thought, well, I'll have a go at this, and he really is a very, very talented footballer. It will be a big area and a key area as far as the game is concerned.
Well, Lee Clark's had his best ever season in terms of scoring goals. He is going to have to be watched. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. Let's hear from one of Sunderland's most famous supporters. Steve Cram arrived at the ground a few moments ago, and he's with Rob Palmer.
Well, coming down to Wembley, I passed busloads of Sunderland fans. Here's one that's flown in, believe it or not. It's true, isn't it?
Yeah, I just arrived at Heathrow about 35 minutes ago.
Steve Cram.
Yeah, I was over in the States. We're just there for 24 hours in Oregon for the Planet Football Series, covering USA, Q8, and then had a mad dash to get back here. And everyone's done their job. British Airways were brilliant, cab was brilliant, no traffic, fantastic, so I'm here.
So you flew in to see Sunderland play?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh, very, very impressed. I mean, a lot of them hitched a lift or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've been travelling around a lot for the last 2-3 months, and you know, my episodes to get home to watch games or to find out the results and things. My wife really thinks I'm nuts now, but I had to bring her today just to placate her. So, you know, I'm here, and hopefully we'll all have a great day. We had 2-3 trips to Wembley before, which haven't gone so well. I'm sure today is going to be different.
What do you think the score's going to be like?
It's going to be a tight game. I mean, everyone's saying that. I mean, Charlton have had a great end to the season, but we do score goals. I'm going for 2-1.
Not your lucky ground, though, is it?
It's not, but time for that to change. You know, Newcastle Middlesbrough have had a tough time here this year. But it's 25 years since we won the Cup. It's the anniversary this month, so I think we're going to do it again.
You could lead them on the lap of honour. Won't catch you up, would they?
I'm getting a bit slow these days.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Yeah, never mind that. He should have run here. Didn't need a plane. The atmosphere is warming up. There are the Sunderland supporters. I can tell you they've been making a terrific amount of noise since about 9 o'clock this morning, but the Charlton fans aren't going to be outshout. After the break, though, the spotlight is on the new King Kevin of Sunderland. First Division champions Hull take on Warrington. That's at 7:30 on Sky Sports 1. Right now here on Sky Sports 2, it's the First Division playoff final between Charlton and Sunderland. Now, the head-to-head record doesn't offer us any clues. It's honours even, 25 wins apiece. Charlton are unbeaten in the last 7, though. And as you might expect, nothing between the two sides this season. Goalless at the Stadium of Light in November. And 1-1 at the Valley in March. Kevin Phillips put Sunderland in front after 37 minutes with a typically sharp finish. Mark Bright equalised after 55. Perez only half-saving the initial shot. Well, that strike by Kevin Phillips, one of 34 in what has been a remarkable season for him, and he is the nationwide player of the season.
You're the future.
And there he is, receiving the award from Steve Cram and Graham Kelly. Remember, he's equalled Brian Clough's record of 34 goals for the club. He needs just the one more to break it. He hasn't stopped scoring all season. And he only cost £300,000. Clive Allen, Ray Wilkins and Lenny Lawrence are with me. Got to be the bar of the year, Lenny, hasn't he?
At £300,000, it certainly has. It's great value for money. Started in non-league football in the Hertfordshire area. Obviously onto Watford and from then on to Sunderland, but it's a terrific buy. I think they have to pay a bit more if they go to the Premiership, but I'm sure they'll be delighted to pay it.
And if they do go up, Ray, do you reckon he can do the business at the very highest level?
Yes, I think so, because I think the thing he's got pace, and pace frightens defenders to death, and I think Kevin does have pace. Very fortunate that he's playing against alongside Niall Quinn, who's got so much experience. You must talk him through most of the games he plays, but he has that commodity of pace, and he's aware and he's alert and he's enthusiastic when he plays his football, and I love watching him play.
Let's have a word from the man himself.
Kevin, just tell me, how are you feeling right now?
To receive the award's great, but you know, I've got to put it in the back of my mind now. We've got such an important game to come up now, and I'm really focused on the game, and you know, I just can't wait to get it going.
Now, it's not too long ago you were stacking shells for a living and playing for Baldock Town non-league. Could you ever have envisaged a day like this?
No, not at all. I said earlier on today to my room partner, Alan Johnson, I can't believe, you know, a year on I'm playing at Wembley, a chance to play in the Premiership and playing at, you know, the place I've always dreamt of playing, and to get the reception I just did, you know, I can't explain it, but, you know, I just can't wait to get the game going.
34 goals this season. Would he swap them all for the winner today?
Oh, without a doubt. I'd swap them all if anyone scored the winner today. I'd swap them all just for the win. The most important thing is to win the game today. But if I can get that winner, then, you know, it would have kept a fine season.
What about the haircut quickly?
So Wembley, that's for me holidays. I go on holiday Wednesday, so, you know, hopefully I can go on holiday now I'll be in the Premiership next year.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Nothing like planning ahead. Now, the man he's got to beat this afternoon is one of the discoveries of the season, Charlton's new goalkeeper, Sasa Ilic. His is a remarkable story. Dickie Davis reports.
Sasha Illich was visiting England and asked the Football Cafe if they knew of a team that needed a goalkeeper. They did, but it was St Leonard's Stamcroft in the Dr. Martins League.
I said, Dr. what? What's Dr. Martins? I have no idea what Dr. Martins... Because I was based in East Sussex. East Sussex? Where's East Sussex? I mean, totally oblivious. I have no idea anything about, you know, England and the regions and all that.
Well, he soon got used to it. After a season there, he went to Aston Villa for a month, but they didn't want him. So then it was off to Plymouth. No luck there either. Then last summer, Charlton took a look at him, but Alan Kirbishley already had 2 keepers and couldn't afford a third. So Illich asked if he could just train with them. The club agreed, but could only pay his expenses. So to make ends meet, he even thought about applying for a job at his local leisure centre just last October.
I was coming here on my days off just to do, you know, a few extra workouts and that. So I was actually thinking of going in there and applying for a job. But luckily for me, I didn't have to at that time, and the rest has been history, and it's been fabulous.
Well, it's all geography actually, and just 8 months on, all roads lead to Wembley.
Very, very good and great goalkeeping from Illich.
We took him on an open-top bus around London to get him used to his latest surroundings and discuss the new club record of 9 clean sheets. The last team to keep 10 consecutive clean sheets were Liverpool 10 years ago.
After, yeah, 15 games that break the club record, which has been standing there for about 74 years. It's like, wow. It hasn't been only my doing, it's been team effort from all the lads in the team, and I'm just getting praised for it, which is fantastic. I'm not complaining.
You go home though and have nightmares and think, all this publicity, what if the bubble bursts and Sunderland put 5 past me?
I know, don't say that, please. Touch wood. Let's just hope, you know, it won't happen. Let's hope that we win 5-0 and we can get more publicity afterwards. That's Nelson up there.
It is, yeah. You saved the country, mate. If you save half as well for Charlton on Monday, you'll be all right. His sights are set even higher. Now the national Yugoslavian team are already tapping him up as a possible goalkeeper for the World Cup. So from Australia to Yugoslavia, and now London via Birmingham, Hastings and Plymouth. But the Wanderer will be Charlton's pride and joy if he keeps another clean sheet today.
Yes, if he does keep that clean sheet today, he'll break the record held by Fred Wood since 1924. Yet despite this recent run of form, Clyde, there are still 1 or 2 critics who don't rate this guy.
Well, I think it's a game today where he won't come under any more pressure in his life than he's under this afternoon. I think it's an occasion whereby he could be the hero or he could be the villain. And hopefully he's the hero, because it has been a tremendous performances that he's put in over the last few weeks. And the games have been important, but none more so than this afternoon.
Well, he's earned himself a new contract. This man is out of contract, could well be playing his last game for the club, Ray, which is surprising because he has produced some outstanding performances himself this season.
Yeah, they've done very, very well, and if Sunderland were to gain promotion this afternoon, you'd think they'd need a goalkeeper of Lionel's class, even if Peter wasn't going to use him as the first goalkeeper. Certainly to have 2 in the Premier League is what's required, and 2 goalkeepers of quality. And the saves that we're seeing him pull off now, and this one I think was absolutely magnificent.
This was in a playoff semi-final.
That's right, against Sheffield United. That reaction save there was wonderful, and he's had an exceptional season for it.
Okay, well, we've heard from one famous Sunderland supporter, Steve Cram. There is a famous Charlton fan here as well, Carl Howman, alias Jacko from Brushstrokes, and he's now with Rob Palmer.
Well, behind us we're surrounded by Sunderland fans, but I've actually found the celebrity Charlton fan, Carl Howman, a.k.a. Jacko.
Yeah.
Not too many of you around, are there? Too many famous Charlton fans?
Oh, there are a lot of famous Charlton fans. Jim Davis is a famous Charlton fan. Steve Davis. Michael Grade, who used to be a very big television boss. So we've got some good Charlton fans. Yeah, no. We've got plenty of us.
So how long do you go back?
I go back 34 years supporting Charlton. I used to go with my grandfather, who was chief engineer on the Woolwich Ferry, and used to drag me down there. And
so you're from the borough?
I am from that area, yes. I love them. It's a great club, very well supported. Oh, they're all Sunderland lot here, but I mean, our lot are all round there, and I guarantee there's 35,000 of them over there, so... And we'll give the hands up, and we're all very happy. Very exciting day.
You've played here more times than the players, haven't you?
I've played celebrity games here. I mean, I think I've played here 5 times, celebrity games. It's not quite the same, and we do 5 minutes each way, or meant to be 10, but I mean, we run off puffing after 5, so...
Are you big enough and good enough to go up today?
I think we're big enough, and I think we're good enough, and I think we've got a tremendous side. Kerbishley's a brilliant manager, and he's got the side playing really good football. I mean, we've slaughtered Nottingham Forest twice this season, I'm sure it was twice, and we've drawn twice with Ipswich. We've beaten Middlesbrough. So, you know, we've beaten all the top clubs. We've done very well. I'm very proud of them. I mean, in our recent history, we did well. We beat Blackburn in the Cup. I followed them up to see them play Liverpool. We'd only lost narrowly at Liverpool. So, you know, we're a good side.
You've convinced me. And he's got the lucky red socks on as well.
Very subtle.
There we go. Can't lose with those, can we?
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Very smart footwear. Well, he said there were 35,000 fans inside the ground, and there they are. Been arriving since 9 o'clock this morning. Those Viking hats are quite popular at the moment. Will they be throwing them in the air in delight come 5 o'clock? If Clive Mendonca does the business, they will.
The stories you're talking about first.
Dinah was a lady.
Early this morning, 70,000 plus expected, the biggest ever crowd for a playoff final. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? And the noise is deafening. Another day of international football on Wednesday when England play Morocco in Casablanca in the King Hassan Cup. Final chance perhaps for Glenn Hoddle to finalise his squad for the World Cup. Wednesday, 5 o'clock on Sky Sports 2. But at the moment, we're concentrating on the First Division playoff final, Charlton and Sunderland. So little to separate the two sides. And not much to separate the managers either. Peter Reid and Alan Kerbishley, mutual respect between the two of them. They go back a long way. They played together for the England under-21 side, and it's good to see, isn't it, just an hour or less than an hour before such a big game, but real friendship between two of the main men this afternoon. I wonder what the bookies make of things today. Charlton 6-5, Sunderland 13-8 on. Interesting. Takes a brave man to bet on this one, though. No real surprise that Kevin Phillips is favourite to open the scoring at 4-1, Clive Mendonca 5s, Malquin 7, Mark Bright 8-1, and Alan Johnston, who's been in such good form down the flanks for Sunderland, he's at 12-1. 25 goals for Clive Mendonca this season, the first Charlton player to manage that many since Derek Hales all of 22 years ago. I've got Ray Wilkins, Clive Allen and Lenny Lawrence with me this afternoon. One of the criticisms levelled at Charlton over the years has been the lack of a prolific or at least a consistent goal scorer, but obviously they eradicated that problem by signing Clive Mendonca.
Yeah, they've got a 20-goal-a-year man for the first time for many years in Clive Mendonca, and it's made a difference. They were in the playoffs 2 seasons ago when they lost out to Crystal Palace, and they lacked a goal scorer through that season at that time, but it's been a terrific buy at £700,000, a club record. I think I bought Joe McLaughlin from Chelsea way back in 1990, which was the club record, right up until this purchase at the start of the season, and it's been an inspired buy.
We heard him a bit earlier, Ray, saying he comes from the northeast, so he's got a slight dilemma with a lot of his family actually hoping Sunderland win today.
Well, I don't think he's got a dilemma. He's just got to go out there and get a goal for Charlton Athletic. I think his family have got the dilemma. Yeah. They obviously want him to do ever so well, but they're so passionate about their football in the northeast, and So naturally, if they're Sunderland supporters, want Sunderland to win, but I don't see where Clive's got a dilemma at all. He's just got to go out there and deliver.
His partner today is going to be Mark Bright, so experienced now at the age of 35, playing, as I've already said, for the 7th time at Wembley this afternoon. How do those two play off each other, Clive?
They play off each other really well. I think what Clive Mendonca is the typical penalty box player, but Mark Bright, as he did so very well with Ian Wright many years ago, he provides service for him. He pulls away on angles, and certainly any little pieces Mendonca's on, and Bright's the one who can supply him with those pieces.
And those two are keeping your brother out of the side, of course.
Yes, they are. It's been frustrating for Bradley, but again, Alan Kirbishley's built a strong squad of players. Bradley's been there for when he's called upon, in particular when Mendonca's been out, but Mendonca's been the man in form all season.
Well, Alan Kirbishley has done a remarkable job this season. He's now talking to Alan Bentley.
Alan, you played here as a schoolboy 25 years ago, but is it your eternal regret you never played here professionally?
Oh yeah, certainly. And I've said early on this week that you know, Peter has been here, done it, flown over it, seen it all. This is great. It's the first time I've ever been involved in anything like this, and I'm enjoying every minute.
What you've seen so far, how are the players responding to it?
The players are exactly the same as they've been for the last 3 months. Quite focused, quite quiet if you like, but they never do sing and dance too much, you know, they just get on with it. And I think that they will go out and they won't be fazed by it at all.
Now you've had this marvellous season, have you surpassed even your own expectations?
I thought that we'd be in with a chance. We lost the first game up at Middlesbrough, and I came away from there thinking that we had a chance. Perhaps we lost it in mid-February. We didn't win too many games that month, but we've come strong near the end, and to finish up on 88 points, 16 out of the last 17 years, you'd have gone up. But we know we've got to do it today, and that's it.
Now 6 of the last 7 between these two sides have been draws. Is it going to be another tight one today?
I don't know how you can call it. You know, people have been saying it'd be a bit edgy and cagey. I don't think so. I think it'll be an open game. I think Sunderland play, they try and score goals, so do we. I think we've both got a similar amount of goals this season. But things change games. Who scores first, perhaps, will determine how it goes.
Can you enjoy it?
I'm enjoying it, yeah. Enjoying it already. I think once they cross that line, there's not much else you can do. Obviously, you can make 1 or 2 changes during the game, but at the end of the day, you can't account for everything.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Well, Ray, foreign coaches are very much in vogue over here at the moment, but Alan Kirbishley is a prime example of a young English manager who obviously knows what he's doing.
He's done very well, Alan, yes. I had the pleasure of playing with Alan many years ago, and he was always quite up on the game even as a young man, and I think now you can see that coming to fruition. I think he and Les Reed have done a really great job. They've moulded together a squad of players that know exactly what they're doing once they cross that white line, as he puts it. And I know what Alan would be doing. Alan would be doing it'd be a bag of nerves once they cross that white line. But he's quite right. They can't do anything, you know, once the team go away and play. And if they're as relaxed as he is, then they've got half a chance.
Well, I'm sure Peter Reid is a bag of nerves as well, but he'll be hiding that fact. And he's now talking to Alan Bentley.
Peter, you look relaxed. Do you feel relaxed?
I've got a sweat on, I must admit, but that's the way I show my nerves. But we just had a tremendous ovation of the supporters, and we're just getting down to the business now.
In some respects, is this the biggest game you've been involved in throughout your career?
Well, yeah, because it's the next one. Nah, everybody knows how big it is, you know, the Premiership is the only place to play. And us and Sean will be fighting tooth and nail. I mean, they're a good side. That's going to be a hard one for us, but we're looking forward to it. I just hope we perform, and I'm sure we will.
It's been tight with Charlton this season. What do you see is the key for, if you can succeed today? What do you have to do?
Well, you know, the obvious one. No, we've got to pass the ball well, and we've got to try and shut them down, because if they get their passing game going, they're a very good side. And then it's an a lot for the goods. I mean, we scored a lot of goals this season, and hopefully we saved a couple for today.
Now, you played here 10 times. There really is something special about this place, isn't there?
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, when you see the Twin Towers, you never get sick of that feeling, and it's brilliant for the young players, and I'm sure they're all going to enjoy the day.
Thanks a lot, Peter.
Well, our season started with Sunderland live at Sheffield United back in August. They lost 2-0 that day, and now we've come to the climax. Either Sunderland or Charlton are about to go into the Premiership, but which one is it going to be? The whole game is live after the break. Red of Charlton, the red and white of Sunderland. One of them is heading for the promised land. It is impossible to predict which one. The balloons released into pretty cloudy North London skies, but there's a hot, throbbing atmosphere down there. Clive Allen, Ray Wilkins and Lenny Lawrence are with me. Lenny, you managed Charlton here in the 87 full Members' Cup final against Blackburn. Did that occasion live up to expectations?
At the time, it was a day out of Wembley. There was nothing on it, which is obviously totally different to today with a prize in the Premiership at stake. We lost 1-0 narrowly, I think. Colin Hendry, when he played centre forward, headed it in the last 5 minutes. So it was disappointing, but it was a great day out for us at the time. But I think, as I remember, we had our minds on bigger things like avoiding relegation.
Ray, you've played here countless times. Did you ever really get used to the place, though?
No, you can't. We were just talking, funny enough, Marcus, about that. This place is the best place to play football anywhere in the world. It really does have. There's something about it. When they say you come up and you see the towers, I always go on it when you come up that tunnel because there's a slight slope on it and you can't see anybody. And all of a sudden, as it lowers, and you see the masses of people that are in the stadium, and you'd never ever get used to that.
So even an experienced international like yourself couldn't get used to it. Goodness knows what it's like for the players today who are coming out there for the first time.
Yeah, there's a lot of young blokes on show today, and I think it's vitally important that the defensive setup of Sunderland can handle Mendonca and Bright, because they are a young outfit, and if they can get hold of Bright and Mendonca, then they'd have done very well because they're cute customers, and it's going to be a very interesting afternoon.
Clive, you've stood there before cup finals in the past. What are you thinking about at this particular moment?
You just want to get it. You just want to get up the tunnel. You want to get out onto the pitch. You want to start to play football. I think that every one of those players will have nerves. The anticipation is there. The excitement. It's almost indescribable, Marcus. But they want to get it. They want to get underway. There's no doubt about that.
And I've said this before over the weekend, but in a way, the playoff final is even bigger than a cup final because it is a great day out. And if you do lose a cup final, it's not the end of the world. But for the losers today, they are just right back where they started, aren't they?
They are. I don't know what it would be like. I've never been in that situation, but I can only put it basically similar to being relegated, Marcus. I would have thought you've gone all that way, and in that last final game, it's a cruel situation that these 22 guys are going into this afternoon.
Well, this is it. There is no turning back now. Unbelievable scenes at the end of what has been an unbelievable season in the First Division. Nottingham Forest, Middlesbrough, Sunderland, Charlton, Sheffield United and Ipswich and Birmingham. They were so close for so long. In the end, Borough and Forest did it automatically, and these two have been left to scrap over that one remaining place that means so much financially. And from a pride point of view, every one of those players wants to be in the Premiership next season. And so do those fans. I'll tell you what, I've been here a few times. This matches any atmosphere I've witnessed.
The noise is just, it's absolutely deafening. And you talk about cup finals and what is part and parcel of a cup final, but this is just quite remarkable.
We thought there was going to be a fantastic atmosphere if Middlesbrough had been here to play against Sunderland, but all credit to the Charlton fans. They're small in number as a rule, Lenny, but they're loyal and they're passionate too, no doubt about that.
There's a great relationship between Charlton and their fans because of what they've gone through over the previous years, and I think Charlton look after their fans as well as any club. They've sold upwards of 35,000 tickets, I think, so they'll be making as much noise as the Sunderland fans, but I've been to a few of these finals, and as I say, it's the first one where there's been a capacity crowd, and I can't remember any other occasion where the atmosphere has been like this.
It's very special, no doubt about that. Charlton, by the way, won the toss, so they're in red. Guest of honour today is Dr. Brian Davis, who is the Chief Executive of Nationwide. And with him is David Sheepshanks of the Football League. The official introductions. Firm shake of the hand for Peter Reid. And a little word. Kevin Ball is the Sunderland skipper who will introduce Dr. Davis to the team. You might want to take their blood pressure as well. It's that sort of afternoon. Not totally sure about these Sunderland away shirts. Are you, Clive?
Not the nicest of colours. I'm sure they would have liked to have been playing in their red and white stripes this afternoon. But it will become irrelevant once the game gets underway, I can assure you.
It's interesting, Charlton won the toss for the choice of changing rooms, I think, and the shirts. And interestingly, all 5 finals at Wembley this year, Chelsea, Coca-Cola, Arsenal FA Cup, 2 playoff finals, and Grimsby Auto Windscreen have all been won by the team with its fans at the end, where the Charlton fans there now. He says getting his anorak on.
I'm going to say Lenny Lawrence, Sky Sports' very own statistician. Thank you very much indeed for that, Lenny. Interesting point there. Got any more of those?
No.
Good. There is talk, by the way, that if Sunderland win, they might change their shirts to go up and receive the trophy and the plaudits in the red and white. But there's Charlton, Mark Kinsella leading the introductions there. John Robinson looking into the crowd. Well, they're doing their best to appear relaxed. But goodness knows what is bubbling on inside their heads and their stomachs. Wayne Hall is their mascot in the wheelchair. And there's the goalkeeper, Sasa Ilic. Can he extend his run to 15 hours without conceding a goal? And Alan Kirbishley at the end of the line, one of the most approachable managers in the business, and anyone who's met him would wish him all the best. And we mustn't forget the officials as well: Eddie Wolstenholme, Guy Beale, Paul Norman and Nick Pearce. We've had a couple of controversial decisions so far this playoff weekend. We said yesterday we hoped there wouldn't be one there. We certainly don't want one this afternoon, do we?
I think the thing is, you wouldn't want the game to be decided on a controversial decision, and the way we're looking at it, it's going to be so close to call as well.
Let's pause for the national anthem. Okay, final word. Clive, who's going to win? Charlton. Ray? Sunderland. Lenny?
Charlton, but possibly after extra time.
2-1 to Charlton, according to our guests. We shall see. Time now to join our commentators for the last time in this incredible season, Alan Brazil and Rob Hawthorne.
And a feverish atmosphere at Wembley as ever, but the fact that both of the club supporters are wearing their brazen red and white makes Wembley more of a cauldron than ever. Let's take a look at the two teams. And Charlton welcome back Danny Mills after his suspension for the second leg of the playoff semi-final with Ipswich. And Clive Mendonca, of course, returns after his back injury. Apart from that, Alan Kirbishley's major decision was whether to bring John Robinson back after he suffered a hairline fracture of the leg. But only recently back in training and without a competitive game, even in the reserves, he isn't risked from the start. And Neil Heaney plays the final game of his loan spell from Manchester City.
4-4-2 for Charlton Athletic this afternoon, and what a match this promises to be. Sasilic, 9 clean sheets, big imposing goalkeeper. Back four, Danny Mills. Eddie Yowd's fantastic signing from Bradford City, alongside the pacey Richard Rufus. Ex-Norwich City, left back Mark Bowen. He'll try and get forward as often as possible, good left foot. Across the midfield, I think Sean Newton and Danny Mills, Very important for Charlton today against the threat of Gray and Johnson. Inside him, Kinsella, captain, fantastic. Excellent against Ipswich Town in the semi-final. And Jones, what a battle. Jones versus Kevin Ball. Then Heaney on the left-hand side on loan from Man City. How he's enjoying this loan spell. Up front, Mark Bright, I think, looked very, very sharp. Last 4 or 5 games I've seen him, the veteran. And alongside him, Clive Mendonca, 25 goals. Sunderland daft, but not today.
Sunderland's team almost picked itself after Kevin Phillips and Niall Quinn recovered from minor knocks. It's the same 11 that beat Sheffield United in the second leg of the semi-final, and Quinn is one of 5 survivors from the team relegated from the Premiership by Wimbledon on the last day of last season. He, Lionel Perez, Michael Gray, Darren Williams and Kevin Ball will be hoping for a vastly different last day scenario this time. Ball, incidentally, was part of the Sunderland side defeated by Liverpool here in the 1992 FA Cup final.
Yeah, same for the favourite Sunderland, Reedy's men, 4-4-2. Lionel Perez, who's excellent in the semi-final. His back four, which is a young back four. Many people feel this is a big test for them. Holloway, Craddock, who I think has been excellent since signing from Cambridge United, found a couple of yards in pace. Darren Williams and Michael Gray. I think this fella is a smashing player. He's going to love Wembley this afternoon. Midfield 4, Nicky Summerby, only needs half a yard to flip the balls in for Niall Quinn. Lee Clark, how influential is he going to be today? The battle Kinsella is a key area today. Kevin Ball, 100% gritty determination. Watch from getting in the box with late runs. And then Alan Magic Johnson, loves to come down the left-hand side, but comes inside full-backs with his favoured right foot of his, always going for a bender at the far post. Up front, the towering Niall Quinn. Good hold-up player, and also alongside, super player, Kevin Phillips, a fan's favourite.
Wearside has come to Wembley, but the Charlton fans are trying to turn it into the Valley and help to get top-flight football back at the Valley for the first time in 41 years. A tremendous sense of anticipation. Looks like a record crowd for the playoff finals as the 1998 First Division playoff final between Charlton and Sunderland is underway. And Sunderland in this first half kicking towards the end where Ian Porterfield scored that famous FA Cup winning goal for them some 25 years ago. An early warning here for Lee Clark from match referee Eddie Wolstenholme from Blackburn. Referees in the 2 previous finals this weekend have both had to award penalties. Here's Kinsella floating in the kick towards Bright, Craddock getting in the way of it and helped away by Holloway. This is Kinsella. Laid back by Newton for Keith Jones. And Darren Holloway, what a big occasion this is for him. Just 20 years of age, his first season in the first team, and it ends with an appearance at Wembley. Flick from Bright, who gets it back. Mark Bright.
Well, that's a good start for Charlton, isn't it? Pushing Sunderland back. For Mark Bright, good target man, very good on crosses in the air. And as I said, last few weeks has looked really sharp for me.
Bright has the most experience of Wembley within the Charlton ranks. Twice has appeared here in FA Cup finals that have gone to replays. But there'll be no replay here today. We have to have a winner. Phillips for the first time bearing down on Eddie Yowds. This is Heaney. Bowen. Cleared by Williams. Holloway here looks to release Phillips. Phillips going in on Kinsella. A good competitive start. Newton, too long for Mendonca, and tidied up by Jody Craddock.
The nice thing about this game, Rob, there's pace and width on both sides. Newton's a flyer down the right with Mills, and down the left for Sunderland. Directly against them, Gray and Johnson.
Clark, aiming it towards Nicky Summerby. Will he enjoy the open spaces of Wembley? Lee Clark. Looking for Phillips with the cross. Yards anticipates. Jody Craddock.
Jones in there very quickly. What a sparkling semi-final he had. Winning everything, first to the ball. Big job for him and Kinsella today.
Jones played twice at Wembley before, but a long time ago for the England schoolboys back in 1981.
It's going to be interesting here, this little fella. He might be little, but he can leap. And with Sunderland, with Summerby down the right and Johnson on the left, crosses in the box could be a problem for Charlton this afternoon.
Phillips, of course, needs one goal to overtake Brian Clough's post-war club record for goals in a season, and this would be a perfect stage on which to do it. Here's Craddock battling with Bright. And Craddock is offside.
Yeah, talking about crosses into the box, this fella has been outstanding, Illich. But I think if there's a flaw in the makeup, Rob, it could be on crosses. He's a big lad, imposing, but he likes to punch and catch. And I wonder if Sunderland will try and expose that this afternoon.
Illich's goal has gone unbreached now for over 13 and a half hours. The last goal he conceded back on the 28th of March to Nottingham Forest Kevin Campbell. Ball, little push on Keith Jones.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that today. Ball against Jones. Fierce competitors.
Well, it was too much competitive aggression that led to Danny Mills being red-carded in the first leg of the semi-final against Ipswich, but he's taking this free kick. Safe handling from Perez.
Semi-final, he was marvellous as well, wasn't he? Thrown the odd Rick though, the odd mistake. Hopefully not this afternoon.
Semi-final performance from Perez drew comparisons with a great Wembley performance from one Jim Montgomery. Here's Mills. Mendonca trying to slip Newton through, and as he got him behind Gray here, it had gone behind, goal kick.
Yeah, what a good battle that's going to be, because Newton can fly. Michael Gray as well, very, very pacey. And Donker knows the pace he's got, and he's outside on the right-hand side, just overhit the pass.
Sean Newton's second appearance in the playoffs, and he scored in the semi-finals of both, but can he go all the way and score in the final? Splendid goal he scored against Ipswich. Kinsella, Bright. Williams risking the back pass even though Mendonca was there to challenge.
I just get the feeling Charlton feel it's an inexperienced back four Sunderland have. Clash of heads there between Newton and Clark. Referee Mr Wilson on quick to spot it.
Well, it is a Sunderland team that has been subtly changed since their last promotion.
This is what you don't want at the start of a Wembley final. You can see clearly Clark heading the back of Sean Newton's head, and that looks a nasty one just there.
Lee Clark, the record signing at £2.5 million, almost a year now since he joined Sunderland, on the day that he was called up to the England squad for Le Tournoi.
That's just what you don't want. Hot, sunny day here, Wembley. Reedy was saying, "Oh, I don't believe it, my playmaker." Let's hope he gets to his feet.
Well, Clark is back on his feet, and it's just a question of how dazed he's been by that collision. Newton seems all right again.
Yeah, he got it in the back of the head, Rob. It was Clark. I think certainly came off worst. But what an atmosphere this afternoon. I thought it was going to be noisy, but incredible. I tell you what, I wish I owned a sports shop in Sunderland. I've never seen supporters in teams' colours like this. Incredible.
Yes, the merchandise sales must have gone through the roof. They were clamouring for the tickets. I don't think they've seen such queues in Sunderland since the Teletubbies were on sale at Christmas.
I think first goal again in the final is key. Who's going to get it?
Johnston. Header away by Yards. This is Clark to ball. Now Phillips looking to turn.
Kinsella quickly helping out Rufus there. I think you'll find Rufus is looking after Phillips most of the game, just pace against pace. As Eddie Yowza look for the towering now of Quinn.
Well, for cup finals, it's just a handful of games that gets you here. But for these two teams, they've played 48 matches just for the right to be in this final. And the house full signs go up on the Premiership after today. Two worthy teams vying for the last ticket. And there really has been so little to choose between them. Sunderland 2 points ahead in the final league table. But both previous league meetings this season drawn, as have 6 of the previous 7 meetings. Jody Craddock. Michael Gray. There's Jones. Ball. Clark. Neil Heaney.
Yeah, showing a bit of pace there, getting past Holloway. Holloway doesn't like the decision, but I definitely felt there was a bit maybe shoulder to shoulder. But Heaney certainly just gets away from him. Just Holloway comes across him. Well, maybe 50-50. Now that is a shame.
Well, he's giving no allowance for the occasion or for Holloway's youth, and the first yellow card of the game shown in the 10th minute.
Well, I can only think that's a bit of lip, but surely it couldn't have been for that challenge.
Mark Bowen's free kick. Danny Mills suddenly pulling free. Ball blocked it.
And he shouts the handball there on Kevin Ball. I don't think so. Charlton are certainly not over odds here.
Free kick taken by Gray, who wasn't ready for the return from Lee Clark. Gray at 23 is the oldest member of this Sunderland back four. Holloway who's 20, Craddock who's 22, Williams 21. That's the major area of change since their last promotion. Away goes Kinsella. Bright. Newton. Mendonca, Kinsella, Bright and Heaney all in the box. Williams clears a little uncertainly.
Tell you what, Rob, I thought it was a bit of a let-off for Sunderland there, because Mendonca made a great run there. Kinsella didn't see him. Had he seen him, he was clear through. Jones is taking a knock now.
It's Charlton making the early running. They really do come into this game on the crest of a wave.
Jones, you can see clearly unhappy with Nicky Summerby. I think he's saying it was an elbow off the ball. He went down. Keith Jones very unhappy. Let's have a look. Summerby, his arm comes across, but it's not a clear elbow, I don't think. Sure, he was trying to get across him. Referee just saying to Jones, calm down.
Williams climbing all over Bright.
I think Charlton started the better here.
Here goes Bowen. Bright. Jones reached out but couldn't get there. It's his opposite number 4 Clark who emerged with it. Well won there by Yao.
Great challenge from Eddie Yowes.
Well, there have been some pretty inspirational signings. It was a risky gamble from Alan Kirbishley, bringing in 3 players just before the deadline. Might have unsettled a team that had already done well to get into a promotion position. But since Mills and Youds and Heaney have been there, they haven't lost a game. Falls short from Holloway. Gray was the intended target. Newton cut it out. And although he looked for a return from Mendonca, well read by Gray.
First touch really for Johnson, letting them down, looks to the heavens. It's always nice to get a good first touch on the ball. And really, Johnston and Gray, for someone to win today, I think, have to perform down this left.
And it's the sort of elegant surface on which you'd expect them to flourish. Charlton's 4th Wembley appearance, but their first in 11 years. The other two were in the 2 years immediately after the Second World War, when they won and lost an FA Cup final, both of which went to extra time.
Definitely one or two nerves out there. First touches are letting people down.
Quinn, Somerby's made a good break down the inside right channel, but Heaney's managed to hold him up. Lee Clark. Gray. Johnston, good return to Gray. Newton scampering back with him, but he gets the cross. Behind for the goal kick.
Yeah, it's going to be a smashing, intriguing battle between these two, Gray and Newton. Newton's trying to force Gray back as often as possible. Gray's trying to lick up with Johnston as soon as possible. I think Johnston gives him a lot to do here, but look at Newton tracking back. It's got to be some cross from way out there.
So then was up against Newton, who was helping out Danny Mills, having played previously in the right-back position, although the right side of midfield is where he's tended to do his best work. Gray. Kinsella. Phillips going in for the back pass. And Illich could be in trouble here with Johnston coming in. Johnston looked back at the referee, appealing that he'd been brought down, but Eddie Wolstenholme looked away. But Illich then got himself in trouble with the back pass.
Yeah, a little bit indecision there. Tried to be too clever, the big goalkeeper. He's got away with it. The referee having none of it now. Phillips is in trouble. Well, he's certainly making out, the referee, that he's not going to have any look from anyone at all. But Illich, what a time to do something like this. A Wembley final, just clips it over the little fella. This is the problem here. Johnson goes in, I don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever. But, I'm sure Alan Kirkbushler sitting on the benches think, what's he doing? And Johnston? Nah, I don't think so. I think Illich gets his body in the way, and I don't think there was any impediment.
Phillips has been booked for his protests. And we're about to have a change of match ball. Ironically, of course, Charlton's 2 FA Cup final visits here marked out by the fact that the ball burst in both.
You know, with the 2 bookings, and I can't see why, honestly. It's a cup, you know, it's a cup final atmosphere here. There's so much at stake. I think the rest got to be a little bit more lenient.
Holloway and Phillips, the 2 men in the book. Gone out, throw to Charlton. Mendonca. Well, what mixed feelings there must be for Clive Mendonca. His own family and his wife's family from the Sunderland area. And although he desperately wants to get the goal that will take his team into the Premiership, he'll be hiding himself away from the in-laws if he slams the door on Sunderland's bit. Craddock, Quinn, and Phillips is offside.
I'll tell you what, this is very, very tight indeed. Phillips is very, very speedy when he gets going, and Quinn immediately looking for the little striker. Let's have a look at this. I think this is so tight, and there's no way that's offside. Diabolical.
By Williams.
I just feel Mark Bright up there, you know. Feels he's got the beating of Craddock and Williams in the air. With all his experience, the timing, the jump against the youngsters.
Quite He's a player who has still to sort his future out, and there'll be much discussion about players' futures when they know which division they're going to be in. Bowen gets the cross in, cleared by Craddock. And Gray, this time fouled by Kinsella, and it looks like being the first Charlton booking. We're just having a little spate of yellow cards at the moment.
Yeah, I think this referee's left arm's going to be very tired by the end of the game. Of course, Kinsella is late, catches Gray, but that's the third booking, and it's certainly not been a dirty match. 18 minutes gone, Kinsella showing the yellow. Amazing Rob yesterday telling Hebron let the game flow, but certainly not the case this afternoon.
And yet again the whistle blown. Niall Quinn can't believe it.
The fans don't like either, do they? Oh well, I've never ref myself, so I'm going to shut up.
But it was apparent yesterday in the Grimsby-Northampton game just how few offside decisions there actually were.
So edgy and nervy out there, isn't it? So much at stake.
Here's Gray. Rufus with a header out. Player who's come through the youth system, and there's been talk of quite a few of Charlton's young players, and could they perform at the Premiership? Well, we might find out next season in Charlton's colours, if they can take that step. Gray wins the throw off Danny Mills.
He's impressed me since coming to Charlton, Danny Mills. And that Ipswich match showed us some tremendous pace up the right-hand side in the semi-final. Good defending again today.
And off Jones. There's a deflection, says the referee. Wasn't played back.
42,000 Sunderland fans didn't think so.
Phillips pushed in the back by Yards.
It's a bit of a swirling wind down there. I know it's a red-hot atmosphere, but it's a bit windy and the ball's holding up a little bit.
Williams to Phillips. Summerby. Getting his cross past Bowen, but off the defender for the corner.
One thing about Nicky Summerby, he doesn't waste time. He gets half a yard and he just tries to curl it round Mark Bowen. Bowen getting in the way this time, but can cross a tremendous ball, Nicky Summerby.
Summerby's corner, and it was Ball who it came to in the end.
It's a big chance for Kevin Ball. I don't think he realised the ball was going to get through and come to him all alone. And Alan Kirbishley won't be happy with this. Look at Ball alone in the picture now. It comes through, and he's only got to hit the target there.
Just couldn't control his header. They've already flown over the heads of Craddock and Williams ahead of him. Newton. Kinsella.
He'd spotted the run of Newton there, couldn't get his foot round the ball enough, but Kinsella does see runs early. Well, very even, maybe Sunderland just shading it. The first Charlton started the better.
That's Illich in, failing to deal with a back pass, almost gave Sunderland their best opportunity in the opening half of this first half. Yards releasing it to Mendonca, and this is Bright.
I haven't seen too much of the dangerous players. I haven't seen much of Mendonca or Phillips at the other end.
Gray. Johnston.
Good run from Clark. Johnson couldn't find him. Lee Clark making a good run, but this fella, Danny Mills, has to be careful. He will come inside as often as possible.
In good form this season as Alan Johnston. Earned recognition for the Scotland B team. This World Cup has, unfortunately for him, just come a bit too soon for him. Here's Johnston again.
Great understanding down the left-hand side, Green Johnson. And swap positions anytime. When Gray gets forward, Johnson just covers for him.
Clive Mendonca, great turn! And a goal! Clive Mendonca pushes the Premiership door ajar for Charlton, and has he slammed it in the face of his boyhood idol, Sunderland?
What a finish this is, Rob. I was just saying we hadn't seen much of him. Look at this, great flick on McBride. This is brilliant. He leaves Craddock for dead. What a finish. And Clive Mendonca only needs half a chance. Brilliant dummy and a great finish. Past Perez into the bottom left-hand corner. Bright plays his part. There's the dummy. That is class. What a finish from Mendonca.
Well, 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 it looks like being a summer in hiding for Clive Mendonca. It is his 26th goal of the season, but Sunderland here looking for a quick strike back. Cleared to Newton. The challenge by Johnston.
Fabulous finish, Rob. Fabulous goal.
Sunderland have to find parity, and quickly. But a measure of Charlton's early pressure. What a tremendous investment Clive Mendonca at £700,000 has been.
Who'd have thought it, against his boyhood heroes.
Charlton have never been used to splashing such big transfer fees around, but it looks like money well spent. Some quality touches and a brilliantly executed finish. Quinn here.
And now took his eye off the flight of the ball, too busy worrying about Rufus. What a finish. Craddock goes for the dummy here, and really a little bit inexperienced from the young defender, but full marks to Clive Mendonca, and the finish was fantastic. And Kirbysley, get in there, Clive. What a start for Charlton.
One goal was enough for his former club Grimsby yesterday. Is it going to be enough for Charlton here today?
Well, you have to say, I think Craddock went to ground a little bit early there, and also the goalkeeper, Rob, I felt went down too early, but great forward play from Clive Mendonca.
Now the resolve of this young defence will be tested fully. A hopeful one from Bowen, but it's gone behind for the goal kick.
Wow, the red and white shirts of Sunderland away to the right, silent, shell-shocked. The Sunderland boy as well with a goal. Great scenes at the other end. Oh.
Here's Gray. Johnston. Well, they need some magic from Magic Johnston at the moment, but Rufus is there to clear back to it. Aim towards Quinn, and he's got him behind Bowen.
Good defending from Bone. Quinn took it in the chest beautifully there, and I thought he was going to get the right foot strike away. Mark Bowen getting back, keeping his eye on the ball.
Throw taken towards Quinn, and it's Kevin Ball! Phillips goes for it, and it's right across the face.
Phillips a whisker away and getting a toe to that. Came in as quick as he could, the far post. Ball's cross shot. Goodness me, this is close. Look at little Phillips lurking. Can't get anywhere near it, and surely would have scored. Quinn causing problems. Youth is the one who headed it out. Ball with a shot, and Phillips, desperation, can't get there.
Well, they say they only know one way to play, and Sunderland are certainly going for it. Craddock. Cleared by Mills. This is Bright. Jones with Heaney up to the left, and he's found it. Good ball. Inside Holloway. Again, Mendonca offers himself.
Oh, what a game for Clive Mendonca. I'm sure he'd mixed feelings, half his family
supporting Sunderland, half wanting to do well, but end up on the losing side. It still could happen, but what a great goal.
Here's Phillips. Quinn's waiting in the box. Niall Quinn! And it was out of the goalkeeper's hands, and the referee gives the free kick anyway.
Yeah, I think Niall, I don't think it was his head he gets near, I think it's his body. Bundles into Illich, but good strike, a good pairing there. Phillips, Quinn saying, you're having a laugh, referee. No way, he's kidded you on. But it's a good ball, gets the wrong side of Mills. Good cross, let's have a look. Quinn comes in, goalkeeper had it in his hand, dropped it. And nowadays in the modern game, I don't think you get away with that. Free kick.
Here's Rufus. Well, you can look at the league table and say that it'll be a travesty if Sunderland don't go up with 90 points. Peter Reid may think so.
He'll be saying this a long time ago. He's got a lot of faith in his youngsters, and they'll keep bombing forward.
Against the side seeking their 10th successive clean sheet, Charlton of late have become notoriously difficult to break down. Williams. The last 5 playoff finals, remember, have been settled 1-0. Johnston. This is Clark.
Incredible, Rob, as well, where the Charlton fans are, away to our left. I think every Wembley final this year has all been won with the supporters at that end. You go back to the Otto Windscreen final, the FA Cup, the Coca-Cola final, the 2 playoffs we've seen, the Rugby League final, Sheffield Eagles, and that's where the Charlton fans are.
They're looking for a superstition of their own, Sunderland. They lost the toss for playing in their home colours, and the teams who've previously lost the toss over the last 2 playoffs have gone on to win the game.
Glorious sunny day here. We said there may be showers, but not at the moment. Beautiful weather.
Knocked on by Bowen. It's over Mendonca's head this time.
Mendonca's a real threat, isn't it? Anytime the ball goes near him, a real threat, sharp as attack.
Bowen. Neil Heaney. Mendonca, good ball back to Heaney. Bright is waiting in the box if they can furnish him with a cross. Mark Bright!
Good defending from Michael Gray. You wouldn't fancy him in the far post against Bright, would you? Beautiful ball from Heaney. Really teasing the Sunderland defence here. Lovely touch from Mendonca. But look at the far post here. Gray is struggling as Bright comes in, and Gray stands up well. But again, lightning break from Charlton.
Bright scored against Sunderland at the Valley in March, on a day when Clive Mendonca actually had a goal ruled out for offside, but Mendonca's goal this time counts.
Ooh, that's a late challenge from Mendonca.
It was on Summerby, and then there was another incident after that between Bright and Williams.
The tempers are getting a little bit heated out there. There's no doubt it's late. It's got another yellow, I think, Rob.
Summerby's free kick, headed away by Youds. Johnston.
Eddie Youds, what a vibe he's been at the heart of the Charlton defence. I know Alan Kirbishley is absolutely delighted with Eddie Youds. He'd have said, you know, ex-Ipswich, Bradford, if he thought he'd be playing in the Premiership next season, I think he'd have told you, well, I doubt it, but that's exactly where he's heading. Experience alongside the pacey Rufus.
This is Phillips. Win up on his own against Rufus. He out. Clark.
Interesting to see Lee Clark's moving about a lot better after that head collision earlier on. That'll be a relief to Peter Reid.
Summerby.
Charlton are dealing well with the threat of the width down both flanks from Sunderland. Can't get the service into Phillips or now Quinn. Kirbishley, obviously, he's done his homework superbly well.
There was a very cordial chat between Alan Kirbishley and Peter Reid before the game. They did both play together for England at junior levels, right up to under-21 level. But who has the tactical master plan to reach the Premiership?
Too concerned just yet, really chewing away. He gets through about 8 packets of Wrigley's around.
Well, managers will tell you that you don't really know about pressure until you've been in the playoffs. And of course, although Peter Reid has played at Wembley many times before, including 3 caps for England here, he's not in a position to influence things out on the pitch today as he used to be. Mendonca. This is Mills. Mendonca. Danny Mills.
Again, the movement, Mendonca giving Mills the option, but he is so sharp, Mendonca. Mills with the ball forward, goes to the 1-2. Gets away from Williams, plays it. He thought about the strike there, gets it on the left foot and well wide.
Well, Danny Mills never scored in 64 league games for Norwich, and then 3 minutes into his debut for Charlton, he got one at Crewe. Two days ago, England were playing here, and the latest match in their World Cup preparation is in Morocco. It's on Wednesday at 5 o'clock on Sky Sports 2.
Charlton fans go berserk. Stand up if you're going up. There's a long way to go. Mind you saying that, nearing half-time now. And they've got their noses in front. Alan in the studio, one of our guests, was pretty confident Charlton could do this.
They won't be resting too easily though, with just that Clive Mendonca goal to separate them. His first division final over the years has had a habit of producing a twist to the tail. Indeed, the last two have both been settled with virtually the last kick of the game. Steve Claridge for Leicester 2 years ago, and David Hopkin for Palace last year. Frustration here for Quinn.
Yeah, the linesman right next to him saying he pushed Danny Mills there. Big Now hasn't really imposed himself in the game just yet. I think he's very unlucky there, to be fair to him. And the linesman was 2 yards away, you could see the flag. Niall having a word again, and rightly so in my opinion.
Summerby. Holloway on the outside of him. Clark has pushed up on the right, but he's looked inside again to Nicky Summerby. Holloway. Sunderland trying to play their way through. This is Summerby.
Yeah, a little bit casual there. There's plenty of bodies in the box. Quinn, Phillips, Kevin Ball had made a run. Maybe overplaying a little bit on that right-hand side.
Summerby.
Bones having a good game there at the moment. Summerby a little bit predictable.
Sunderland getting a lot of possession, but Charlton making it very difficult for them to do anything positive.
Yeah, good play from Williams, though. Nice build-up. Charlton quite happy to let someone have the ball all the way back there.
Charlton keeping the ball in an area where it can do them no harm. Here's Pratt. Gray.
Just going to say, Rob, I think they've got to mix it up a little bit, the long balls to Quinn, but Quinn's not winning his fair share at the moment.
This is a good break from Keith Jones. Bright. Heaney. Byrne moving up on the outside of him. Clive Mendonca.
Yeah, Craddock read it well. Heaney was inside Mendonca. I just felt he made the wrong option there. Tried to sell Craddock the dummy, went to his right when Heaney was a lovely ball inside. A good break from Charlton down the left.
Charlton have never been in the Premiership since its inception 6 years ago. The second goal now would give them an altogether more comfortable look going into half-time. Yard's got up for the header.
No chance here for Eddie, rises above the crowd. Good ball deep, Eddie Yow's in a central position. Craddock was there, Williams was there, and Quinn.
Yard's one of the players in the Charlton ranks who does have experience of top-flight football, but there are many more who haven't. Illich and Rufus and Newton and Kinsella amongst them.
Sunderland do, I think, rely on their width so much, especially left-hand side. At the moment, they're not having too much joy. Newton and Mills are doing a great job. Give it the other way. I thought it was a nudge on Johnson, but I think Johnson was on to put the ball out. Still, Sunderland get, I think it is a free kick.
Johnston's free kick in towards Niall Quinn.
There's a bit of shoving going on there between Quinn and Yowes. Referee allowed it to go on. This half has certainly flown by.
Great. Here's Holloway. Summerby. Well, they have tried to vary it with a long ball, but that was easy pickings for Sasha Illich.
Well, so big and large, you know, Summerby's really got to keep it away, try and find the head of Quinn so Phillips can feed off him.
Clark. Craddock aiming for Niall Quinn. Headed back across to Phillips. Lee Clark!
You know, it just falls on the wrong foot. I think Clark wanted it just to drop on the left foot and he ended up prodding out the right. But that's better. The long ball to Quinn's head from Craddock. Phillips does well to read this. It's a great first touch into the legs of Clark. And it's in between his two legs, Rob. And in the end, just prods out his right foot. Not far away.
13 goals already this season for Lee Clark, which is his best ever scoring return. Kinsella. Williams showing his strength against Bright.
Doing well. Better spell for Sunderland. Still the trail.
Quinn, fouled by Rufus. And it looks like another yellow card. The third for a Charlton player.
Certainly from behind catching now Quinn. Rufus very quick, very tight there. Tries to get in front of now Quinn, to be fair to him. But Quinn, he used the experience and his strength and goes down. No complaints.
Still only 23 years of age, Richard Rufus. Made an impressive full league debut in a 1-1 draw at Sunderland when they were playing at Roker Park. Really has grown in stature.
And dreaming of the Premiership.
Gray here looking for Quinn with a free kick. And that time the offender was Quinn against Rufus. Not too happy with some of the decisions from this assistant referee, Guy Beale.
He's quite happy about it, isn't he? Little smile there as he runs back.
Bright. Retrieved by Bowen. Had a very good first half for Charlton. Somerby and Holloway have got no change out of the experienced figure of Mark Bowen.
Yeah, there's not been a lot in this match, has there? Bowen doing well on the left-hand side, Mills well on the right with Newton. Not been much in it, but smashing goal from Ndonka.
Gray. Ball. This is Johnston. Gray calling for it out on the left.
Mills is reading it well there. Maybe a little bit unlucky here. He knows Johnson does like to come in on the right foot, the favoured foot. But when Mickey Gray gets the ball and travels 30-40 yards, Sunderland fans love it.
Johnston's free kick. And it's reached Niall Quinn, but there's a push into the back of Eddie Youds.
To be honest, Rob, there's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other here. I think Quinn is getting the rough end of the stick at the moment, but they're both having a little shove, shove and tug at each other. Quinn does well here. You can see Youds try to get in front of him. He misses it. I think Niall's a bit unlucky again.
On the 2 occasions before free kicks, he's been looking back at the referee, forewarning him of the fact that his shirt has been tugged on previous occasions. 3 minutes of stoppage time to be played in the first half.
And now Quinn's in trouble here. He's in trouble. He's getting a bit of stick off the linesman and the ref. I think the ref's just going to warn him, I've had enough of this. Pointing to the linesman saying, get a grip of him.
Niall Quinn has played here twice with Arsenal and once with the Republic of Ireland, for whom he scored in a 1-1 draw with England. Kinsella's kick, cleared by Ball. This is Newton. And Johnston gets it away to Gray. Mills. Cleared by Ball.
It's all down this right-hand side, isn't it? Get Newton and Mills getting forward, Gray and Johnston. Good battle between the 4.
Ndonka. Mills. And Charlton have been traditionally weak finishers to the season, but there can be no complaints about this immense run that they've gone on, and are now as close as they've ever been to a place for the first time in the Premiership. Right up for the throw. Gray is breaking with it. Clark. And he's found Niall Quinn. And this is Nicky Somerby. Good challenge from Eddie Youds.
I tell you what, that's what experience is. Absolutely brilliant. Kept his eye on the ball.
But what a beautiful sweeping move from Sunderland. Switching play from left to right. But Eddie Youd's again, tremendous.
Quinn lets it go, but just when the alarm bells were ringing, Youd stepped in.
That was a great move, wasn't it? Quinn just cushioned it into Summerby. I thought this was excellent. Thought he got past Youd, but somehow for the big right foot came out.
And Charlton are 45 minutes away from a place in the Premiership thanks to Clive Mendonca's goal. Alan Kirbishley will be hoping that early in the second half perhaps his team can add to Mendonca's strike, whereas Peter Reid will be reinforcing the message to his boys that they face starting from scratch again next season unless they can cancel out Mendonca's strike against the team that he supported as a boy. Contrasting emotions on the bench. There'll be contrasting emotions too for Mendonca if it proves to be the match winner. Delight that he'll be in the Premiership with Charlton next season, but sympathy for Sunderland, the team he supported. Charlton 1, Sunderland 0 at half-time.
Pace, vision, grit, leadership, flair, precision.
And Hedges Cup quarter-final from the Fosters Oval on Wednesday when Holders Surrey take on one-day giants Lancashire. Wednesday from 11 o'clock in the morning over on Sky Sports 1. Right now here on Sky Sports 2 at half-time, Charlton have the advantage against Sunderland in the First Division playoff final. It's tight as we expected. The top line is the crucial one. That clinical finish by Clive Mendonca. 5 attempts at goal to 3 in Charlton's favour. Just the one on target in the first 45 minutes, nestling into the back of the net. 1-1 on corners. 21 fouls committed, 4 offsides, 5 bookings. Kinsella, Mendonca and Rufus of Charlton, Holloway and Phillips of Sunderland. And the action areas, well, interestingly, Charlton have done a lot of foraging into the Sunderland final third, but Sunderland have had much more of the ball. Lenny Lawrence, Ray Wilkins and Clive Allen are my guests this afternoon. One goal has been enough for Colchester and for Grimsby. Is it going to be enough for Charlton, Lenny?
Possibly. I think we'll see what Sunderland have got to offer in the next 15 minutes. They'll be coming out with all guns blazing, obviously trying to get back in the game. I don't think they're finished with yet, and I'm sure that Alan Kirbishley is in that dressing room emphasising to the Charlton players that you get nothing for being 1-0 up at half-time.
Touch of class as far as the goal is concerned. Clive Mendonca's 26th of the season, and an important part by Mark Bright there, Clive.
Yeah, tremendous work before the actual throwing come in, but this is a penalty box player at the top of his game. Really is fantastic. He actually, a little flick from Bright, and he used Bright as a decoy. He's expecting it to go back to him, he drags it back inside, and really superb finish again, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. A man in exquisite form.
Super stuff that way, isn't it?
That was my worry. When I tipped Sunderland before the game, I had a little feeling that Bright and Mendonca would be very cute, and they have been. I think Mark Bright's been the outstanding player on the field, and his movement, obviously it's not quick movement now because Mark's reaching the tender age, but his movement and his knowledge around the football field is different class, and I think he's been one of the reasons why Charlton are in front.
We spoke at some length about Charlton's goalkeeper Sasa Ilic, and Lenny, he's been involved in a couple of interesting little
To win any football match you need moments of fortune, and this is one from Charlton's point of view. I think the replay will show that he didn't do anything wrong, but he was distinctly lucky here because anything could have happened there. The Sunderland players played the ball up, it's bounced up into his chest and he's got away with it.
And then this cross from Phillips, which is excellent.
Great cross. Quinn jumped, he's hit the balls there. Quinn's arms come up a little bit, but I think it's a little bit of a harsh decision on Quinn there. I think he's gone for the ball, and I think again he's been a little bit fortunate to get a free kick there.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, Lenny, that you're not totally convinced by Mr.
Well, he's
Ilic
made, to be fair, he's made some good saves in the games leading up. The 9 clean sheets speaks for itself, and I'm sure he's made a part in that, but don't underestimate the part the back four in front of him have played, especially those 2 centre-backs, who once again have had the best of the battle with Quinn and Phillips.
Well, they've been kept busy, that Charlton back four. Sunderland have created openings. Kevin Ball, first with a header, and then with a shot, Ray, that Kevin Phillips almost gets on the end of.
Yeah, he's just got too much pace for Kevin. He just can't get there. But once again, it's a poacher's instinct. He's alive and he's up for it. Here we see the ball drop out to ball. He smashes it across. Just got too much pace. And Kevin, I think even if he'd have lunged, he wouldn't have reached that.
What have you made of Kevin Phillips and Narca in the first half, Clive?
Well, I think that the two Charlton centre-halves have handled them particularly well. I think Sunderland's game is based on hitting those diagonal balls into Quinn that are knocked down for Phillips. I think Charlton have worked on that all week to try and, combat that. So far, so good.
Well, they were both involved in the build-up to a Lee Clark effort just before half-time. Super interplay. It just comes a little bit quickly from Clark's point of view, doesn't it?
That was the best move that Sunderland put together, and again, it's hit Quinn, knocked down to Phillips. Good awareness, lovely little touch, and really Clark's tried to just instinctively strike it with the outside of his right boot, but it was Sunderland's best move late on in the first half.
We heard a Sunderland fan say before the game, whoever scores the first goal will win the match. Ray, he won't be enjoying his half-time, will he?
He certainly won't. He's probably gone home now that he said that. But the game is far from over, and there are two good sides out there, and sides that have scored lots of goals this season. So I think we're in for a bit of an interesting last 45 minutes. But I couldn't agree more than with Lenny when he said the next 15 minutes is going to be a testing time for Charlton.
Well, Charlton are just 45 minutes away from going into the Premiership for the very first time. But cheer up, Peter Reid. There is still plenty of time for your side to get back into it. It's tense at Wembley at half-time. The red of Charlton have the edge over the red and white of Sunderland. We're back with the whole of the second half after the break.
A Sky Movies exclusives presentation.
Let's bet. I win. You have to do whatever I want.
I got a bet down that's going to cover everything. All you gamblers are the...
On Sky Sports this week. On Tuesday, the winning post comes from Hexham and Sandown, where you can enjoy one of the most important evening meetings of the season. That's at 6:30 on Sky Sports 2. And then on Wednesday, Newbury and Ripon, two of the most beautiful courses in the country, 6 o'clock on Sky Sports 3. Here at Wembley, it's the final afternoon of the nationwide season, and the fate of Charlton and Sunderland hangs in the balance. 1-0 to Charlton at half-time. We understand that Sunderland are going to make a change at the start of the second half. We can now hear from their manager, Peter Reid.
Peter, what have you got to improve in this second half?
It's a good question. Everton. I mean, we haven't passed the ball all afternoon. We've gone too long to Big Niall. We've just got to get the ball down and pass it. My daughter can pass better than us today. We haven't done it. We haven't done ourselves justice. We've got to go get the ball down and pass it.
You made this one change. What was that for?
Well, Darren's had a little back problem, and it's just too much, so I've decided to change it and bring Chris Macon in, and hopefully we can do better this half.
Thanks a lot, Peter.
There we go then. Peter Reid still has 45 minutes to turn things around. Let's rejoin our commentators, Alan Brazil and Rob Hawthorne.
So confirmation of that half-time change, and Chris Macon is coming on to take the place of Darren Holloway. Macon was part of the Oldham team that was denied a Wembley appearance 4 years ago by Mark Hughes' extra-time strike in the FA Cup semi-final, but now he gets his chance on this big stage. And Peter Reid must have given some very important half-time team talks in his time, none more important than this one though. His team 45 minutes away from having to go back to the drawing board and start again next season.
Now you can bet your boots Sunderland first 15 minutes are going to go at Charlton.
The last 45 minutes of the domestic season is underway. There'll be heroes and there'll be heartbreak in this second half. Can Sunderland recover from that Clive Mendonca goal? Macon gets an early feel of the ball.
Encourage the half-time, Rob, will be, come on boys, superb, keep your shape. They're going to get frustrated, they're going to get anxious, they're going to come at us. No problem, we keep our shape, we can handle it. And we'll hit them on the break.
Jody Craddock. Quinn. Phillips. Summerby is looking for Alan Johnston.
Sunderland's favourite linesman.
Well, Sunderland have been infuriated by one or two decisions, and Niall Quinn has already got involved in another heated argument at the start of the second half, just as he was for quite a bit of the first. Kevin Ball, they'll be looking to his inspirational leadership now, and to the quality of this man, Lee Clark, who's got Quinn to his left, Phillips to his right. He's opted for Niall Quinn, but no danger there.
Big Niall there, I think, chose the wrong option. Rufus knew exactly where he was. Lee Clark, good break from Clark. Sunderland need more of this from Lee Clark. But now Quinn, I felt, could have given him a little bit of movement here. Maybe ran across Rufus, given him another option, trying a bender, but it's hopelessly wide off target. Big Niall there, just hoping he'd have ran across Rufus. Then he gives little Lee Clark an option to get in behind where he's vacated the space or late into the run.
Sunderland are the country's top league goal scorers, 86 they managed in the First Division competition. And they're too short of their 100th for the season in all competitions. But it's not the century of goals that matters, it's that prized place back in the Premiership. Michael Gray, who scored the last time that Sunderland beat Charlton, but he's put his team under pressure here. Mendonca's given it back to Sean Newton. Cross aimed towards Bright. Sadek was there defending, but this is Heaney. Jones. Bowen. Mendonca. Bowen under pressure from Summerby. He did well there not to concede the corner and to find his own man, Lee Clark. Aimed for Quinn.
Great goal from Clark. This is better. The game's really opening up now.
There's good awareness from Quinn too. He's found Johnston. This is a clean run through for him.
Yeah, on his right foot as well, he had options. I think the linesman was going to flag for offside enemy, but that's better from Sunderland. Johnson cutting inside after a beautiful ball from Clark. Cracker. Quinn laying it off, superb. Johnson, now this is where he loves it, where he can run it to full-back, comes inside, has a good chance, a good look here. Now he's closed, but no strength and power.
Well, that's such immense support at the Stadium of Light all season that the Sunderland players really want to do it for these fans. And they've already very much got the fans back on their side with this bright and breezy start to the second half.
It's amazing the time Sunderland have got in the attack and they look for little lays. It's now Quinn who's there, and he's not, you know, he's not the striker who makes the darting runs. It's Phillips. We can't just get Phillips in the game.
Great backing again they've brought from Wearside. Clark tried to clear and managed to find Summerby. This is Macon. Quinn. Headed away by Rufus. No one in the box for Quinn. Mills is there. Didn't take any chances. It was a risky clearance. And it's gone for the corner.
Yeah, it's just what we thought was going to happen. Sunderland now have to up the tempo, taking the game now to Charlton.
Have they finally managed to rattle a Charlton defence that has looked so solid in the first 50 minutes of the game. Summerby with the latest corner. Quinn's header! He found the gap. He exploited it. And Sunderland have squared it 5 minutes into the second half.
The start Peter Reid wants. Niall Quinn gets a yard, powers the header low and into the bottom corner. Youds can't get there. Illich is beaten for the first time in 10 games. Quinn with a downward header. What a game we have in store now. Summerby drills it to the near post. Flying header from Niall Quinn. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1.
It was real through the eye of a needle stuff from Niall Quinn. He beat Yards to get the header in and somehow found the gap between Bowen and Illich on the line. And Sunderland are level.
Wait till you hear the decibels now being so loud. Sunderland fans all around us going berserk. What a game in prospect. Are Charlton rattled?
The first goal they've conceded in over 14 hours of football, and now their spirit and resolve will really be put to the test. Newton's free in the box if Mendonca can get it across. It's Mark Kinsella, and it's blocked by Williams.
Great hold up again from Mendonca, and Kinsella with a short back, but it can't hit them. Williams in the way, but Mendonca again, super forward play. Finds his captain, drills it forward. Corner.
Quite a contest we have on our hands now. Charlton knew that the first 15 minutes of the second half would be precarious. They've taken the lead once. Can they do it again? Yards gets up for the header. This is Rufus. And Quinn, the goal scorer, wins it. Gives it away, though, to Yards. Mills loses out to Ball. Jones. Mendonca.
Referee right on the spot, free kick. Mendonca very unhappy with making, and this is a dangerous situation for Sunderland now. The fans rejoice, but Kinsella can hit these.
Well, can they silence the fans again? They're in a mood of celebration at the moment, but there's still a long way to go. They're only level. Perez showing certain anxiety about the positioning of the wall. They can't afford to leave any gaps here.
Kinsella can try a bender. Mendonca, I think he fancies his chances, the way he's hovering.
Bowen and Heaney there too. Mendonca gets his instructions here from Kinsella, and it's Clive Mendonca who looked the favourite, but Kinsella who strikes it, and here's Mark Bowen, and it strikes Mendonca, and Perez saves.
Well, Michael Gray was in there with the first block, and goodness me, smashing free kick. Kinsella very, very clever, almost paying off. Play from Kinsella here, makes the room, fires at Williams, it hits, then Bowen, then Mendonca, and Perez flings himself his right.
It almost appeared as though Mendonca was trying to get out of the way. He was aware that Bowen was trying to curl one in, but he couldn't get out of the way in time and deflected it into the goalkeeper's path. Make it. Lee Clark.
There's no doubt in my mind, Clark's really getting involved early on this second half. He's pulling the strings for Sunderland now.
And Somerby delivered the goods from the free kick. Dealt with by Yards. Well, it was a corner that led to Sunderland's equaliser, but from the other side now, Alan Johnston will have to try and deliver. Somerby's gone into the 6-yard box, so too Phillips. Quinn has pulled away. Johnston the taker. Cleared by Neil Heaney.
Just what the neutral would want, an early Sunderland goal.
Quickly fortunes can change in football. Charlton seemed relatively comfortable at half-time, but they could always have expected Sunderland to be fired up after that half-time team talk by Peter Reid.
Just to start, Alan Kirby's would have been dreading an early goal.
Kinsella, and a little bit of edginess now just creeping into Charlton's play. Their passing not as assured as it has been at stages.
Just feel now maybe the momentum. Look at Alan Kirbishley blowing, looks to his left to the Sunderland crowd who are baying for a second goal.
And Sasha Illich at last has been beaten, so the clean sheet he wanted to break Fred Wood's 74-year-old club record has not materialised. Quinn. This is Kinsella.
Yeah, Quinn looks to the left for another free kick.
Johnson's layoff. This is Clark. Now Gray. Sunderland really trying to turn the screw while Charlton are downcast after conceding that equaliser. Clark's ball in, and Quinn is onside, and he's missed! A golden opportunity for Niall Quinn, and he knows it.
What a chance for the big Irishman. Goodness me, it just wouldn't come down. Can't believe the space he's got, the ball's drilled in, it's not offside. Comes off the chest, won't come down enough for him. A glorious opportunity. Lee Clark again, pings it in, on the chest. Come down, he's saying, and over Illich's crossbar. What a let-off for Charlton. It's all Sunderland.
Peter Reid thought then that his team were going to go into the lead for the first time in this game. But through all the time that they were trailing, there seemed to be a calm assurance about him, as though he had great faith in his team's recovery powers. Williams, though, here under pressure from Newton. Charlton can't be written out of the equation, although this is a difficult period of the game for them, with Quinn making certain of that.
Yeah, big now on the left foot, just had to chop down on the ball. It took up a lovely position.
Well, he's been so frustrated in the past by offside decisions that have gone against him.
And you wonder, Phillips has been very quiet. Is he going to have the final say?
Clean sheet record has disappeared. They won't mind about that too much if they still emerge victorious from this game, but is Kevin Phillips to get that club goal-scoring record in a season? Quinn there tried to steer it through to him, and it has been steered through to him. Kevin Phillips has done it! 2-1 to Sunderland, a remarkable turnaround, and Kevin Phillips breaks Brian Clough's post-war club record for goals in a season at Wembley and becomes the country's leading goal scorer to boot.
Would you believe it? Charlton hearts are broken. There's a strong challenge here from Kevin Bow, but what a right foot finish from the little fella. Illich commits himself. Great play from Bow. Phillips spins. Beautiful tuck round the goalkeeper and into the bottom corner. Kevin Bow gets injured in the challenge. Phillips, deft little flick, and Sunderland go in front. Illich off his line, not quick enough, and it's 2-1.
It looks like another payment of an instalment to Watford, Kevin Phillips' former club, but Peter Reid won't mind about that if that's the goal that carries Sunderland back to the Premiership after just a season in the Nationwide League. What a record that is, 35 goals.
What a turnaround. Sunderland fans sick as parrots at half-time. Can't believe it, rejoicing. And the Charlton fans away to our left, silent.
And a flick on from Quinn. Sunderland beaten in their last 3 visits to Wembley, but has Kevin Phillips now broken the hoodoo? The flick on here to Clive Mendonca is offside.
Well, that's the game plan now, isn't it? You've got to feed Mendonca. He's looked so lively throughout this match. They haven't got the service into him the second half. It's been one-way traffic, and that is so tight. That is unlucky. Mendonca on it in a flash. Out comes Perez. Mendonca tries to go round him. Linesman flags up. Really wants a third.
Well, the noise here is so phenomenal that when Clive Mendonca was offside, he never heard the referee's whistle to indicate it, and that's no surprise. The Sunderland fans who were muted after that goal from Clive Mendonca, a complete transformation now in their spirits.
What a turnaround, unbelievable. The deadly duo, Quinn and Phillips. And Charlton centre-halves had handled them so well first half in Youds and Rufus. Still, Charlton are not out of this just yet.
Gray plays it in, and Quinn's header this time!
Yeah, Big Niall's having a great second half, isn't he? All of a sudden, he's got the bit between his teeth. Racehorse owner, he's flying at the moment. Once again gets in front of Eddie Youds, and Illich, I think, was beaten there, had that ball been lower. Just over the top.
2 goals in under 8 minutes from Sunderland have completely changed the picture in the battle for promotion to the Premiership.
What a season Kevin Phillips has had. He couldn't have dreamt it. You know, a short while ago, Baldock Town. Unbelievable, superb.
One attempt on target, a goal for Kevin Phillips. It's not a bad ratio, is it? And just goes to show that even when you think he's having a quiet game, you write him off at your peril. The ball in from Mills. Back to Perez, who just wants to calm things down a little.
You have to feel for Charlton as well, Rob. In command, got the early goal, looks solid. Alan Kirbishley, surely now, we're going to have to change this now. From being calm, cool and collected, suddenly it's turned upside down for him.
That's the agony of the playoffs for you. His team 45 minutes away from the Premiership, and now for the first time in this game having to come from behind. Jones. Newton. Good work from Newton. This is Mendonca. Ball was in there, and a vital challenge from the Sunderland captain. Quinn playing for the free kick and getting it.
Wow, what a start the second half Sunderland made. Quite incredible. 58%. Just suddenly that little half-time talk. Peter Reid said at half-time, my daughter can pass better. He won't be saying that now, as Charlton are about to make a sub.
But the fact that Sunderland have clicked means that Alan Kirbishley is indeed looking to changes. And it won't be too long now before Steve Jones is introduced to the action. Quinn. Phillips in the battle against Rufus. A tug-in by Phillips and the free kick given. Yowes. Kinsella.
Just as Lee Clark started the second half, superb. Now we need to see more of Mark Kinsella, the Charlton captain. He's got to start getting his foot on the ball.
Mills. Cleared by Williams. Mendonca. Heaney. This is Bowen, 3 in the box for Charlton. One of them is Mark Bright. Cleared by Craddock.
What a ball from Bowen.
Kinsella striking!
Now Charlton have to come out. Kinsella, who can't strike them this time, finds Perez too good.
Charlton
were quite happy to sit behind, protect the league. That's changed now. Now they have to get down the outside, getting crosses in.
And it looks as though the change will reflect that, because Steve Jones is now going to come on and he's going to take the place of the wide left man, Neil Heaney, who's playing his final game on loan from Manchester City. Remarkable season he's had. At one time involved in a battle against relegation, here has been involved in the battle for promotion, but his contribution is complete, and Steve Jones now comes on to take his place.
Well, no one likes to come off, but this fella's a big, bustling centre-forward. He's going to put himself about and try and unruffle this young defence.
Steve Jones, who got Charlton's opening goal of the season in the match against Middlesbrough. Kinsella. This is Bright. Michael Gray. Phillips.
Ah, what a strike force Sunderland have, eh? Quinney giving them the kiss of life early on the second half. Just loses Yowes there. It's a great drill ball from Summerby. And then suddenly a big part in the second goal too now. Rejoicing on the bench, Alan Kirbishley, the worst start possible. The second half, it gets worse as Phillips dinks it over the advancing Illich.
What a start the second half.
Sunderland then 100 goals up for the season in all competitions, and Quinn and Phillips between them have got 51. Here's Quinn again. Yards emerges victorious from that tussle. This is Jones. He's looking for his namesake, Steve Jones. The ball from Craddock had Gray in one or two difficulties there against Newton.
Just thinking, Rob, has Sunderland learnt from the mistakes in the past? Will they keep going for a third, or can they protect this lead?
Newton's ball in. Glancing header away. Bowen. Keith Jones. Newton. Pressure from Johnston. And successful too. And here's Phillips, although he's going to leave it to Michael Gray, who's made an immense run down that flank. But now can he shrug off the tenacious Mills?
Fabulous move from Sunderland. Very quick, very quick to burst forward there. Michael Gray, he made up probably 50 yards there. The intended pass, I think, was for Phillips. He's trying to spin in behind Rufus, but this fella, what an engine he's got.
Gray. Rufus leaps. This is Kevin Ball. Blocked by Yards. Quinn! Always going wide.
Sunderland pushing forward every opportunity, turning up the heat, driving force in Kevin Ball. Just latches onto this, the ball comes out to him. Tries to get the strike away, Youds gets in the way. Suddenly it falls to Quinn, he tries one on the left foot. Now Charlton have to readjust.
And just look at how Sunderland have picked it up. Barely made an impression on the Charlton goal in the first half, but the two on target are the ones that have been made to count.
Charlton and Jones and Kinsella, they have to start driving through the middle now. Clark and Ball are taking over.
Keith Jones. Charlton looking to reassert themselves. It's the other Jones this time, the substitute Steve. Bacon left it to Perez.
I think it's a good choice from Alan Kurdish. I think this fella will unsettle Craddock and Williams. Alan, he can't believe it, can he? Half-time, you know, let's keep a shape, and suddenly...
Bright gets up and Steve Jones is there.
So the warning signs are there for Sunderland. Charlton must believe in themselves. Reedy knows, come on, we're defending too deep, push up.
Reed showed that belief when his team were up against it in the first half, but he's still out there getting his messages across.
I think he's saying there on throw-ins, get one in front of Bright and one behind him.
Charlton have an injury problem here. It's Keith Jones who's taken a knock. Fitting climax this is, though, to the Nationwide League season. Once again. Still more football to come, of course, on Sky Sports, with England's latest World Cup preparatory match in Morocco on Wednesday. Our coverage starts at 5 o'clock on Sky Sports 2. Hold up as well. Jones continues to receive treatment.
I felt that was such a crucial battle this afternoon, Rob, the central midfield area. And Jones and Kinsella done so well early on in the match, but suddenly Clark's getting more involved and Ball's driving through. If Charlton have to get back in it, they need more from Jones and especially Kinsella.
Peter Reid may not be able to fulfil that midfield role himself now, but in Kevin Ball he's certainly got a man to be in the trenches with. Inspiration behind the previous promotion campaign 2 years ago. Phillips here looking to release Summerby.
We haven't seen too much of Summerby's ability to cross the ball, but that equaliser drilling in the near post for big Niall Quinn.
Steve Jones using his strength there against Travis. Keith Jones. And he's aimed for Mendonca, and he's found him. Can he equalise for Charlton? Yes, he can! Would you credit it? Yet again, it's the Sunderland fan who sent the Charlton fans off in jubilant raptures, but threatened Sunderland's place in the Premiership.
Well, the finish is fantastic, but what a great quality this guy's got. 2 touches were fabulous, but Jones, the substitute, Alan Curbishley, should take a lot of credit for the work he's done. What a ball from Jones. But look at the second touch, perfect, and the finish is fantastic. And Charlton, big hearts, are back in this match. Brilliant from Mendonca, absolutely brilliant. Perez, no chance. It's a wonderful finish, keeping it low. Bottom corner, now the smiles are back in Curbishley's face.
He must have wondered if the break was going to come, but when it did, it was that man Mendonca yet again. 2-2.
I tell you what, he won't be going these summer holidays back home to the northeast. I know that, Clive Mendonca. Oh, get on a plane and get out of the country, pal. What a game. Fantastic. And the substitute, I tell you, a great move from Alan Curbishley.
And he clearly feels now that it's there for the taking. He's indicating he wants 3 up. Summerby. Ball. And here's Nicky Summerby. Had to bide his time waiting for support, but did that effectively. This is Clark. And it's reached Niall Quinn! It's a second for Quinn! And it's suddenly Sunderland who are back in pole position for the Premiership.
Listen to the roar here. Unbelievable. Niall Quinn. Irish eyes are smiling. What a goal this is. It's a fabulous ball to the far post. Great take from Big Niall. And what a finish at the near post. Illich maybe could do a bit better at the near post. But this is a wonderful pass. On the left foot. Quinn's take special. Over the head of Mills. And beats Illich near post low. What a finish from Niall Quinn. And Sunderland back in front. Illich comes over. It beats Danny Mills and squeezes it in near post. And Alan Curbishley can't believe it. Riddy's off his seat. Oh, I'm glad I'm not a manager.
Well, Niall Quinn, who was unable to contribute much to Sunderland's last Premiership campaign, has contributed fully to this, but his strike partner, Kevin Phillips, whose goal initially put Sunderland 2-1 up, has had to go off, and he's been replaced by Danny DiCio. So it's DiCio and Quinn now, the front line for Sunderland, who are 3-2 ahead.
What a ball from Lee Clark, you know, to Niall Quinn. A fabulous crossfield pass. Danny Mills got underneath it. But this fella has been fantastic second half.
Sunderland know no other way but to go for a fourth. DiCio!
Oh, surely it was a header. What a ball from Summerby. Surely that was a header from the big substitute.
And here's Kinsella. As that glaring miss given Charlton renewed hope and vigour. Jones cross, Mendonca. Could it be a hat-trick for him? They still haven't got it clear.
Yeah, look who's mopping it up. Superb. I'm getting the champagne ready for this boy. Fantastic.
Great play from Clark. And it's Gray bursting forward now.
Well, Roger said we're 1-0 wins at Wembley. What a game and what a chance this fella had. It's very difficult when you're on a soft, beautiful ball. I thought a diving header was the one. And DiCio tries the side foot volley.
Well, to be fair, in this final, it's had a habit of producing goals over the years. 4-3s, Swindon against Leicester and Reading against Bolton. But Charlton are looking for renewed inspiration. And a return here for John Robinson, who was expected to miss the rest of this season after suffering a hairline fracture of the leg. But he's returning to the fray in place of Danny Mills. And Robinson is the sort of figure who could inspire a revival.
I hear he was raging at not being in the starting lineup. But a very difficult decision for his manager when you're out for so long to come back in a big occasion like this. Can he get Charlton back from the dead?
Up goes Quinn.
Well, poor Illich, he's shell-shocked. 3 goals against them.
Bright flick on. Is it the hat-trick?
Give that man Perez a new contract. And Donker. That's the lose, Rob, because I think they both do well with the football in the Premiership.
Well, there are only 4 teams in England who managed to score 80 goals or more in the league, and these were 2 of them.
And you have to say as well, Rob, one way or another, I think Mendonca will be in the Premiership next year. The Charlton fan, hopefully with Charlton, I've got my doubts.
What a seesaw game, and who'd be a manager?
Really shaking his head.
Still can't afford to feel too comfortable, both getting hot under the collar.
I bet Dave Bassett and Brian Robson are enjoying this. Sitting by a pool with a glass of champagne.
Not sure that these are enjoying it too much. They pay all this money to travel down here and to get in, and all they want now is the final whistle.
Yeah, still plenty of time for Charlton to get back in it though.
Rufus shielding it against Dicchio. Foul by the Sunderland striker.
What a start he could have been, Dicchio. I just felt, a striker in a position like that, just on the field, you have to make your mind up quick. Unfortunately, he went for the side foot volley when a big guy like that, good in the air, I felt could have just flung himself at it.
Steve Jones. Some of it. Set up. Quinn to Dicchio. Handled well by Richard Rufus. Kinsella. This is Gray.
He's in a quality game, Michael Gray again.
Johnston, Gray. This is Newton. Youds. Kinsella. Newton, who's dropped back to right back since Mills' departure. And Perez here under pressure from Mendonca. And Sunderland showing all sorts of anxiety as Robinson comes in. 3 in the box and turned behind by Craddock just to relieve the pressure.
I think Reedy's just ripped that contract up. 1 minute ago, Perez was a hero. Now he's going mad. And Craddock to the rescue.
Perez can be grateful. He's about 70 yards away from his manager. He's just made up for it though. Could he provide an assist here? It comes off the back of Alan Johnston.
Yeah, a little tug on Newton, but Charlton are quick to get the game going again. Time running out for them, last 10 minutes.
Sunderland then 10 minutes away from rejoining Nottingham Forest and Middlesbrough, last season's other relegated clubs, back in the Premiership. There have been so many twists and turns to this game that you're not about to write Charlton out of the script yet.
Sunderland have got a bad habit of giving leads away as well. They only know one way, is to bomb forward for another goal. Charlton will be just praying that they do it once too often and can catch them on the break. They've almost done it with that man Mendonca again.
Yeah, it's doing well under pressure from Quinn. Kinsella. Up goes Bright. Craddock. Good ball from Clark. This is Quinn. Clark has carried on his run in the box. Dicchio is free!
Now Dicchio pulled back Rufus there. Good play from Niall Quinn, you know. He kept looking for his fellow striker. Dicchio was in front of Rufus, then tries to go far post. Look at him in the top corner. He peels away now, and then tries to come back. He grabs Rufus, and that's where the free kick was given.
But now Dicchio has won the free kick.
Well, there's no point doing that when you're 3-2 down. Rufus just got to get on with the game now. There's no point giving unnecessary free kicks away.
Confirmation that it's a record playoff final crowd here of over 77,500, and not only that, but as an aggregate over the 3 playoff matches over the weekend, that's a record too. Confirmation of the way that attendances have really been booming in the Nationwide League this season. Steve Jones.
Mendonca was definitely pulled back just outside the box, and this is danger again. Surely this time Kinsella must fancy this one. Mendonca pulled back by Williams, down he goes, unfortunately just outside the box.
But he's been called towards the referee is Darren Williams.
Has this got another twist in it?
A yellow card then for Sunderland centre-half, but it could be even more costly if Charlton score from this free kick to level matters yet again.
Well, you got Mark Bowen and Kinsella over the ball, and Bowen can't hit them with his left foot as well, but I fancy Kinsella. Surely this is his range. An Irishman and a Welshman together.
And it's been left to the Welshman to deal with it. Kinsella has moved away. Bowen is over the ball. Mark Bowen! And Bright shot's pushed away by Perez.
What an instinctive save this is. Mark Bright gets on the end of Bowen's strike. Watch this. Look at Bright. Hits him there. And Perez instinctively gets it away. What a let-off. Bowen fires it in. Bright gets a touch. Great stop.
Instinctive stuff from striker and goalkeeper, but Bright goes up again here for the corner.
Ah, heartbreak for the Charlton fans, incredible.
Rufus. Robinson. Off Gray for the corner.
Now Charlton turn up the heat. Gray doesn't like the decision. But up go the big boys in the box. Yowes is in there. Rufus is there, as is Bright.
Perez has come in the crowd, and he's nipped in. And Richard Rufus has scored his first ever goal for Charlton. What a place to score it at Wembley. And it's 3-3, incredible.
Well, Robertson, the substitute, takes this very quickly. Look at Perez, gets stranded, comes for it, no man's land. Rufus towers above them and heads into an empty net. Perez can't get there. What a leap from Rufus. Empty net, unbelievable, 3-3. Perez can't get anywhere near the ball, and Rufus nods it in right in the central of the goal into an empty net. What a match, 3-3.
It's his 165th appearance for Charlton, and it's his first ever goal. Would you credit it?
What a leap, Rob. But Robinson, fair play to Robinson, took the corner very quick.
And it really is fairy tale stuff now. The Charlton fans, who were so subdued a moment ago, are pinching themselves to make sure it's all real. They've revived themselves, and not only that, but with a goal from a man who'd never scored before, but he's in the thick of it again here, and Illich had to come out and take command.
Oh, one goalkeeper makes his stop. Charlton fans can't believe it, back in it. And Perez breaks, well, the cardinal sin comes, and he's a full 6-7 yards away from the ball, as Rufus towered above everyone, nodding into a complete empty net.
Players, managers, supporters, they're all going through the emotional mangle here.
Oh, would you believe it? As Robson and Bassett open another bottle.
But they're enjoying their holidays. These people certainly aren't.
Well, fair duty, kept Charlton coming back, showed a lot of determination and grit. The ex-manager Steve Greer, I bet he's enjoying this too.
3 minutes away from extra time. Craddock. Dicchio.
Just when you mentioned Dicchio, I'm just thinking of that chance a few minutes earlier, Rob.
And a costly miss it could be. Well, the lay-up there, but ball hadn't moved on far enough. Bowen. Mendonca. He really will have to go into hiding if he completes a Charlton victory with his hat-trick now.
What a match for Nitro.
Gray. For the neutral, I'm sure they'd be quite happy for it to finish 3-3 at 90 minutes.
Now we want a winner, Rob. We want a winner, no extra time.
Clark. Dicchio, who could have sealed it for Sunderland by now. Craddock. Remember too the instinctive shot from Bright that fully tested the reflexes of Perez. That may have a crucial bearing on the result as well. This is making Sunderland growing in confidence near the end. Dicchio, Quinn.
Oh, Quinn could have left that. He'd Kevin Ball right behind the ball on his own. But Quinn going for the hat-trick. Watch Ball stealing behind Big Niall. Had he left it, Ball was all alone. You can't blame him going for the hat-trick. But Charlton fans, what were they thinking here?
Of course, would be if this enthralling contest was to be settled on penalties.
I was going to say, don't even mention it, Rob. No, that would be a shocker.
4 minutes of stoppage time, though, to be played at the end of the 90. Dicchio, Quinn. Kinsella got back, but this is Lee Clark. And Nelic unable to save the corner. Clark, though, has a problem. He's pulled up with cramp. And Dicchio goes to help him out and relieve those aching calf muscles.
I'm sure Alan Curbis is saying, come on, boys, fabulous getting back in it. Don't concede now. Come on, be strong. Concentrate. He won't be thinking about extra time just yet. But as Reedy said, hey, come on, someone pop it in the back for me.
Can his team do it from the corner? Johnston's corner. And they're all flying in, but Dicchio and Ball got in each other's way.
Yeah, lots of bodies in there, right to the far post. Ball flings himself, and Dicchio's the one who gets there first.
We're 3 minutes away then from extra time for the third time in a First Division playoff final at Wembley. Jussi Patalainen won it for Bolton in the extra 30 minutes 3 years ago. And of course, Steve Claridge won it for Leicester with virtually the last kick of the game 2 years ago.
Glorious sunshine here, and what a glorious game it's been. Fabulous.
Summerby. Quinn. Dicchio. Space here for Gray. Looking for Niall Quinn.
Yeah, great defending from Rufus there. Quinn is a handful at the far post. And now all of a sudden Clark and Gray are finding him. Rufus, the hero, this time getting back to defend.
Steve Jones was unable to prevent the corner from being conceded. And more hope here for Sunderland. Summerby takes it. Cleared by Yabs. Summerby. Cleared by Kinsella. Robinson in the way of Nicky Summerby. Summerby who's taken part in a 4-3 final before for Swindon against Leicester, and now he's hoping that score can be repeated in Sunderland's favour now. Rufus in the way of his throw, that's Clark. Quinn trying to help it back for Lee Clark. Kevin Ball, opportunist effort.
Yeah, Illich didn't bother moving there, had his goal covered. But Ball, what an influence. You know, when people are tired out there, extra time looming, you need someone like him screaming encouragement.
Charlton fans hoping that a late surge can win it before the agonies of extra time. Foul by Macon.
Duncan and now Quinn must be just dreaming. Hat-tricks, hat-tricks. What a place to get it here at Wembley.
This might be the last opportunity before extra time. Bowen is the take-up.
I must admit, I'm petrified every time I see Perez come racing off his line.
And there is the whistle to end normal time, but Alan Kirbishley and Peter Reid have still got another half hour's agony to endure at least. Time for them now to draw breath after Richard Rufus's equaliser drew Charlton back from the dead, and despite Niall Quinn's 2 goals for Sunderland that at one stage had them leading 3-2, the northeastern side now have to rest their weary limbs for a little break before extra time. More action to come then. At the end of normal time, Charlton 3, Sunderland 3.
The new Citroën Zara Coupe. It's the only thing to be seen in.
So, why wear anything else?
You've done that. You've earned money back. So what do you do now? The new blue card from American Express. It pays you to do more.
They created their microprocessor in 1971, and the faster their chips have performed, the more productive computers have become. Today, the Intel design is the brains behind the majority of the world's PCs. By the 21st century, their chip could execute 2 billion instructions in 1 second. Where do you find such fast-thinking companies? Actually, they're listed in the Financial Times, NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Looking good, over. Close
seconds, everything looking good. Go out on 47,000. Status check, Rick.
Samsonite. World proof.
Welcome back to Wembley. That's a bad way to end the season, eh? After 90 minutes, it's all level at Charlton 3, Sunderland 3. 30 more minutes and then, possibly, penalties as well. Lenny Lawrence, Ray Wilkins and Clive Allen are with me. We said it was going to be tight. Shows what we know, eh, Clive?
Edge of the seat stuff, as we said. Such a close one to call. And I don't think he's far from over yet. He really is, and I expect more goals.
Ray, perhaps the golden opportunity in that incredible second half fell to a former teammate of yours, Daniel Dichio. If he buried that at 3-2, it would have been all over.
Well, I thought he should have taken it with his head, Marcus. I used to have this little conversation with Danny many times. He's got terrific feet like Niall Quinn, but he is an exceptionally good header of the ball, and I don't know why Danny just didn't throw himself and nut it in. He'd have put that away and that would have been 4-2 game over, really.
And Lenny, you said from the very start this was going to extra time. You've seen it before, haven't you?
I have indeed, but I don't think I anticipated it was going to be 3-3. I mean, that was a tremendously exciting second half. But I wonder now if we've seen all the goals and it doesn't go to penalties. I wouldn't be surprised.
OK, settle back. What next, I wonder? Let's rejoin Alan Brazil and Rob Hawthorne.
Two teams who are just refusing to lay down and give up all hope of the Premiership. Charlton took the lead. Sunderland went 2-1 up, then 3-2 up. And that goal from Richard Rufus now means, for the third time in 4 years, this First Division playoff final goes into extra time. Remember that in the last 2 years, the game has been decided with virtually the last kick of the match in open play. We've never had penalties in a First Division final before, and it would be a cruel way to settle who joins Nottingham Forest and Middlesbrough at the higher level. Sunderland attacking the end where they conceded that equalising goal from Rufus. Gray with a free kick. Quinn is up there. Dichio.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sunderland can get the ball wide and get good crosses into the box. The aerial advantage must be with them with Quinn and Dichio. In saying that, Rob, Rufus towered above both of them to head the equaliser.
Make it. Quinn, one of the two players on a hat-trick.
Mark Wright is raging. Wants the ball there. Screaming at the referee. Well, what an experience the youngsters of Sunderland's back for. They'll remember this forever.
Both teams have had a habit of scoring goals this season. What was less predictable, perhaps, after their recent run was Charlton conceding so many. Newton, bit of a tangle there with Rufus and Dichio, but Newton has emerged well. Robinson. Managed to help it back, but ball gets there before Sean Newton. This is Gray.
Some tired legs out there now. No one really going to close Gray down.
Johnston. All over Sean Newton.
There's a bit of cramp coming into play. Bodies everywhere. As Gray gets to his feet, Newton in no rush to get up.
Who has that extra little bit in the tank? Well, it might be just the right time for a substitution. Certainly Alan Kirbishley appears to think so, and Steve Brown is poised to come on in place of Mark Bright. Bright has had a very influential bearing on this game. Brown, a very versatile player, normally plays at the back. He did score a splendid strike when we saw Charlton live on Sky against Bradford earlier in the season.
Yeah, big powerful lad. As you say, Rob, good strike.
Rufus's free kick. Steve Jones is up for it. And here's Jones again. Good play from him, Mendonca!
Oh, a little bit unfortunate for Mendonca. It came too fast. It wasn't a pass. It was a strike.
Oh, the agonies of it. Quinn. Clark. Dicchio can get there, and he's fed it through to Summerby. No, there was no flag for Summerby, and Robinson had to get across.
Suddenly Charlton were caught here. 2 against 1. Look at this on the left-hand side of the picture. Dicchio knows that Summerby's 3 all alone. Can't get the ball quick enough to him.
Rufus just got a touch to it. This is Dicchio. Williams.
Yeah, Williams rose above them, got a little touch. Quinn was at the far post, but couldn't react. Dangerous looking ball into the box. Look at Quinn just on the 6-yard line. Can't react quick enough.
Middlesbrough-born Darren Williams hoping to follow them up into the Premiership. Dunker has just managed to stay onside here. Williams here clinging to him.
Yeah, they're going to have to concentrate fully, the youngsters back there, because this fella, you can't give him half a yard. Quick, strong, just leans into Williams here as he loses the ball. Williams almost commits himself, but look at the strength of McDonker. He's a top player. Williams doing just enough to let the ball run out.
Johnston. That's too long for Quinn.
There's tired legs, Rob. There's going to be chances in this match. Who can take it? We don't want penalties.
Well, it is a record player final crowd, and it's a match worthy of the occasion and worthy of such support as Bowen goes forward. Played a combination with Mendonca. Summerby. Penned back well by Clive Mendonca, forced to concede the throw.
Yeah, good play from Mendonca. Summerby had no option, really.
Bowen with the throw-in. Robinson. It's a tale of woe in the past for Sunderland in the playoffs. They were relegated by them in 1987. And they lost here to Swindon in the First Division final at Wembley, although good came of it when they were promoted thanks to Swindon's financial misdemeanours. Can they turn this game around again? Johnston coming in with a header.
Yeah, Summerby done well to spot him there, but the linesman had his flag up for offside. We need to see a little bit more of Johnston, I think, now on this left-hand side. Comes in as good wide men do. And Summerby drills it again. I don't really know why the linesman had his flag up.
Johnston, a player who came in just too late to salvage anything from Sunderland's last Premiership campaign. Hoping for a prompt return. Johnston. Quinn. And he's easily away from Rufus, but he couldn't feed it through to Dicchio.
There's a lovely tumbling out, Quinn. Really, I think he should have kept going on his own there because he'd help from Johnston. Try to find his strike partner as quick as possible.
Sunderland have imposed themselves without doing too much damage. Correct. Quinn. And Summerby did well to rescue it! And what a strike! Has Summerby finally hit the jackpot for Sunderland?
Well, surely this is it. Lovely build-up play from Sunderland. Charlton on the heels a little bit. And Nicky Summerby, what a season it's been for him. Great play from Quinn. Summerby with the right foot, bang! And past Saselic. Just does well here, stretches, gets a little break, but look at the finish, just inside the post. And surely now Sunderland are heading for the Premiership. Great strike, Illich no chance. 4-3.
And Nicky Summerby, who played in that 4-3 playoff final for Swindon against Leicester, and has twice previously been relegated from the Premiership with Swindon and with Manchester City, may well have Sunderland heading back there.
Well, his mum and dad, I'm sure, are in the crowd somewhere, and they'll be very, very proud indeed. An incredible season. Reedy's off the bench, and Alex Ray now. He won't be too well liked by the Charlton fans from his Millwall days. What a game Lee Clark's had, well played. Ran himself into the ground, but now Ray comes on for a taste of success.
And not only his Millwall days that the Charlton fans will remember, but also his sending off in the league game between the sides at the Valley back in March. Controversial as that decision was.
Well, is it asking too much? Can Charlton somehow find the reserve to come back in this match? Or can Sunderland kill it off?
Sunderland at the moment seem to be flying. It's Quinn!
Big chance, big chance. And now Quinn knows it. Great play. Down the left-hand side from Alan Johnston. Comes inside, delightful ball, 6 yards out. Quinny has a chance, can't get enough on it. You have to feel for Charlton, Rob.
The referee's attention has just been drawn to something.
Oh, get on with it. 7 goals, what more do we want? I think now Quinn could be in trouble here.
He's the one who's being spoken to by Eddie Wolstenholme.
He's been told to put his shin guards on. Goodness me. Just get on with the game.
Well, presumably he was looking for some relief from that leg weariness after this demanding climax to the season.
Do you know, I think it's an absolute stupid rule. I really do. Stupid rule. Some players don't like them. Feel clumsy with them. I never used to wear them. And again, I couldn't tackle.
Brown. They've done it twice before, but can Charlton come back a third time? It's going to be asking a lot of Alan Kirbishley's side now, but their spirit throughout the season has been unquestionable. Hasn't been a season that was entirely a bed of roses for Alan Kirbishley. He had the difficult task of sacking Jamie Stewart earlier in the campaign, but the team spirit that he's fostered has served them well. Can it bring them back with a fourth goal? Bowen. Yards. Mark Bowen again. 5 waiting in the middle, but that was a very tired cross.
Yeah, he's unlucky, Mark Bowen, just slipping at a vital moment. He's had a smashing game. Getting on now, Taffy.
34 years of age, worried about the way the clock's running away from him in this particular game, though, at the moment.
Is this his last chance at the Premiership? Enjoyed it with Norwich.
Quinn. Robinson, blocked by Niall Quinn.
Quinn's been outstanding, Rob. Outstanding.
Helped forward by Kinsella. This is Steve Jones. Mendonca waits in the box. Mendonca! It is the hat-trick! And for the third time in this game, Charlton have drawn themselves level, and you can get the disguises ready when he goes back to the northeast now.
What a goal this is. His first touch is superb. The Sunderland fans can't believe it. Jones does remarkably well here. Watch the first touch. That is top class. And the finish, marvellous. Absolutely marvellous. This is a great cross. This is strength and will. That first touch is world class. And the first touch, the balance, the strike, what a game. Alan Kirbishley, he's got a gem there in Clive Mendonca.
Even he must have wondered if the game was running away from them. But Clive Mendonca has been so efficient, so reliable throughout the season. And just when they thought that they'd be going home to spend a miserable bank holiday evening contemplating another season in the First Division, renewed hope, but also the possibility of a penalty shootout to ponder on.
What a goal. Fabulous. Any kids watching, that's what first touch is all about. That was brilliant.
Yowes.
Yeah, top class. Absolutely top class. 5 out of 5.
Helped on by Quinn. A reckless challenge from Ray.
Wow. What a second half of extra time we've got here.
It really has been quite unbelievable. They've had plenty of value for money, but it hasn't done much for their nerve ends.
So I'm glad Clive Mendonca's from Sunderland, not from Newcastle, I know that. They might just forgive him in a few months' time.
Clive Mendonca, scorer of the first ever hat-trick in a Wembley playoff final.
They got at me, Rob, a few weeks ago saying, we'll win it, we're going to the Premiership. He's certainly trying his hardest.
Whatever the result here, you've got to pay tribute to the unquenchable spirit and never say die attitude of Alan Kirbishley's Charlton side. And here's Quinn. Cleared by Brown. This is Ray. And now Steve Jones let loose and Perez took the gamble.
Oh, dear. Well, got to hand it to him. He come off his line again. I thought, oh no. Jones has been a threat, but this guy's a master. Fantastic.
Half-time in extra time, the change of ends. Third meeting of these teams this season, 0-0 at the Stadium of Light, 1-1 at the Valley in March, and incredibly 4-4 here, but 15 minutes now which will decide the destiny of these two teams.
They've got to change the rules. We can't have penalties. It's got to be replay.
Peter Reid hoping to issue some motivating advice, but Clive Mendonca, what a story this is.
Tell you what, no matter what happens here, I reckon Reid will be straight over at Mendonca. What a hat-trick this is. You won't see any better hat-tricks at Wembley than this. Fabulous. Knows exactly where the ball's going. Great touch. And this one, for me, is the pick of the bunch. Marvellous.
Quality threesome. And whatever happens, Peter Reid just talking there with Keith Peacock on the Charlton coaching staff. Seems to have enjoyed his afternoon.
How's them share options going, really? They're up and down. Oh dear. Well, I just pray we get a winner here. I don't want to see penalty kicks.
Is it going to be settled then in open play? Or is it going to be decided on the merits and demerits of players from 12 yards? There's Gray. Somerby, who really must have thought he'd sewn this game up. But how often have we said that during the course of this match? Gray. There's Quinn. Dicchio. Ball. The ball batsman didn't do him too many favours, Kevin Ball, but this is Alex Ray as Sunderland build again. Gray.
Yes, all about now. Now you've got to be, you can't be complacent. Concentration vital for defenders. You need a bit of sparkle up front. I just wonder, can Mendonca get a fifth? Fourth, I should say. Can he get it? Can he get the 4 goals to win on? Unbelievable. Look at this, attempts at goal. 35 attempts at goal. 13 on target. Fabulous.
Such a wonderfully open game it's been. Gray concedes the throw. And here's Brown to take it. The header was by Johnston. Dicchio. Somerby. Naked on the outside of him. Ray inside. Good ball. Johnston. Couldn't get away from Newton, and this is Keith Jones. Mendonca. Foul by Williams. Really has been the most incredible seesaw match at Wembley, but it's been a roller coaster of emotions for these fans.
Tell you what, it's very evenly balanced as well in terms of support. It's 50-50. Charlton have brought a great support too. Sunderland have come the longest way, but fabulous match.
The belief of both sides has been incredible, and even when his side was trailing, Alan Kirbishley maintained his faith.
Dear. Oh dear.
Quinn.
Someone's going to be heartbroken tonight, I know that.
Here's Newton. A real break on here for Charlton with Mendonca in the box. Newton goes for it down into the side netting.
Well, pace from Newton there. Showing energy, fitness, bursting clear on the right foot, always going wide. And Alan Kirbishley doesn't realise maybe how wide it was at the near post. He's just desperate for a winning goal.
Well, they're actually two of the more youthful managers in the league, Alan Kirbishley and Peter Reid. But I'm sure they've aged about 10 or 20 years during this match. They've had the club record for Sunderland broken by Kevin Phillips. We've had the first hat-trick in a Wembley playoff final from Clive Mendonca, and Richard Rufus's first ever goal for Charlton.
Oh, we're going to get another hat-trick though with Big Quinny. He must be dreaming of it. We need a winner. Can't have penalties here.
Can Quinn add his name to the roll call of honours?
You wouldn't want to be the one who misses the penalty as well, Rob, would you? You'd be off on holiday to Siberia. Don't know about Marbella.
10 minutes to go then to avoid the scenario of penalties. Up goes Quinn, no one there behind him.
They're both going for the same ball there. Both like to attack the ball, Dickie and Quinn. Is this fella going to be a hero?
Well, he and Perez, one of them, will have to emerge as a hero if indeed penalties are to decide the outcome. Perez, in possibly his last game for Sunderland, has been talk about them looking at possible replacements. Tony from Espanyol has been linked with the club.
So what, Rob, I might just go for Illich if it goes to penalties, just because his size, his reach. He is a big, imposing goalkeeper. Perez with more experience, though.
Dickie. Quinn.
Yeah, they're shattered out there now.
Williams. Here's Craddock. Both teams have used all of their substitutes. This is one of Sunderland's, Danny Dickie. Johnston just behind. Hits the ball against Eddie Youds. There were appeals for handball, but Eddie Wolstenholme none too impressed by them.
Yeah, I think that was the 40,000 Sunderland fans appealing, Rob. There was no movement at all from Johnston. He would certainly have claimed it if he felt it was handball.
Naked. Somerby. This is Gray. Johnston to Dickie. Mendonca. Jones, the only Charlton player up. Dealt with calmly by Chris Makin.
I think it's penalties, Rob. They're shattered out there. Just looking at the movement, there's not a lot. They've given their all.
Sunderland here playing very economically, but are they winding up for the big finish? The cross is aimed towards Niall Quinn. And the corner given.
Was it handball? Yeah, Eddie Youds, he's feeling the pace now. Johnson just tries to bend one to the far post. It hits Youds' arm. And I don't think so. But what a chance now from the corner.
And it's taken by Johnston, which comes through the crowd, only the punch, and he was heated anyway.
It's a good punch. He applauds the referee's decision. Gets in amongst the bodies, gets two fists on this, bang. And there's a challenge from Craddock.
Well, it really has been storybook stuff for this man, Sasha Illich, who was playing in the Dr. Martin Southern Division with St Leonard Stamcroft. An uncannily parallel story with the goalkeeper who finished on the winning side in last year's playoff final, Carlo Nash, who the year before had been playing non-league football, but is Illich to finish on the winning side here? If he is through penalties, then it's pretty likely that he could make himself the hero in doing so. Kinsella. Brown. Johnston. Youds. This is ball. Alex Ray. Quinn and Dickie are both in the box. Somerby waiting 25 yards from goal. This is Makin. Gray. Sunderland have played a patient game.
Yeah, good defensive play again from Youds. Positional sense, excellent.
Somerby.
This is good possession though, Rob.
Somerby's cross. Dickie unable to get that.
Great header from Rufus. Great header.
Robinson. Mendonca. Nice idea Well read by Makin. This is Brown. And Williams clears, but he couldn't save the corner. Another big threat then to the Sunderland goal with less than 5 minutes of extra time to go. And John Robinson could cap a remarkable comeback if he can make something of this latest corner for Charlton.
Well, surely a goal at this stage, and that's it. No way back.
Robinson's kick. Yards who came in behind Steve Jones.
He's angry with himself, he's very angry. He felt that was a chance coming in right at the back. Ball right to the far post from Robinson. Look at Yards coming in. Very late, took his eye off the ball. I tell you what, this is a killer. Man of the match. I think now Quinn has been superb from the second half onwards, but they call him Super Clive. The champagne must go to Clive Mendonca. Magnificent.
A very difficult decision on a day when we still don't know which one will finish on the winning side. It's still balanced on a knife edge.
So this fella's a good game as well, Rob. Michael Gray. I'd like to see him in the Premiership, but whether this year or next.
Both teams have given their all. Quinn wants to get on with a quick free kick here, having won the verdict for the challenge by Eddie Yards. And really this is where Charlton have got to keep their cool and organise themselves.
Well, there's a good option here. Summerby could make an even bigger name for himself. Michael Gray might fancy this as well.
Free kicks have decided these games at Wembley before. Illich on his toes. Ball and Ray and Summerby and Gray all there. And it's Ray who lashes it over the top.
I tell you what, Kevin Ball and Nicky Summerby are both looking at Alex Rather saying, nah, we didn't mean that. We surely didn't. Ray just suddenly, trying what Kinsella done earlier on. Good strike, but too high. I don't think that was what his two teammates were meaning.
Fooled Sunderland as well as Charlton.
I tell you what a shame this. I can't believe penalties. 8 goals and it has to go to penalties. Someone give us a winner, please.
Well, surely now, if there is to be another goal, it would be the winner.
I tell you what, I bet you both goalkeepers are beginning to think about it as well now. Thinking about who takes penalties in the opposition side, which way, where do they normally place them, to the right or to my left? That'll be going through their minds now. Especially Perez, he'll know the players more than Illich will.
Steve Jones, Mendonca, Kinsella.
This is where brave people come before, Rob. I'll take one, Gaffer.
Dicchio. Johnston. And still. Brought down in the end by Keith Jones. Another costly giveaway of a free kick here. And having squandered the last opportunity, they won't want to do that again.
I'll tell you what, I bet Alex Ray's nowhere near the ball. And a good run from Johnson. His tiredness now, Jones lunging out.
Well, even if it's just as a decoy, Alex Ray is actually there, but ball is to the right of it. Summerby and Gray are there too. Is this one going to be a pile driver from Michael Gray?
Someone's got to hit it.
Placed in by Gray towards Quinn. And Craddock really had a chance to steal the glory there, and it might be their last chance.
Yeah, Craddock's took a knock as well. He's got cramp. Quinn just sticks out a right leg at this. It could go anywhere. It comes backwards. And Craddock pounces on it with a left foot and can't get over it. Could say it was a centre-half shot. So what an experience for this youngster. Fabulous. A good career he's got ahead of him.
Just a minute of stoppage time left. So we are a minute away from the lottery of penalties to decide who accompanies Nottingham Forest and Middlesbrough in the Premiership next season.
Well, Eddie Hughes getting on in years now, Eddie, still managing to get himself up for maybe the last free kick in the match. Can he make anything of it? Now Quinn tracking him back.
They know that this could well be their last chance to settle it from open play. Are Charlton finally going to do it? They took the lead first in this game. 3 times they've had to come from behind as Bowen lofts it in. Yabs is crowded out though. And Summerby is there ahead of John Robinson.
Referee having another look at the watch. What a way to go into the Premiership. Can't believe it.
And there is the end of extra time. And both teams really have to be applauded for serving up this 8-goal thriller. Clive Mendonca with a hat-trick will steal the glory for Charlton. Niall Quinn close to scoring a hat-trick for Sunderland. His 2 goals added to, though, by Kevin Phillips and Nicky Summerby, who at 4-3 must have thought that it was in the bag. But Mendonca had other ideas, and in completing his hat-trick means that we are now faced with a nerve-jangling penalty shootout. 4-4 at the end of 120 minutes.
Well, what a moment for Peter Reid and for the Charlton team as well. Up here in the studio, I have 3 very agitated men, Lenny Lawrence, Ray Wilkins and Clive Allen. Well, Clive, all the way through since the beginning of the playoffs, you said Charlton were going to do it, but now it is effectively a lottery, isn't it?
It is, yes, but I think considering the way they've come back 3 times from being behind, it's just a remarkable season that they've had. I would just say the repercussions of the team that actually loses after these penalty shootout would be immense. I think it'd be very, very difficult for the losers next season. That's the only fear I have.
Let's quickly look back at the highlights from a quite remarkable game. It seems a long time ago that Clive Mendonca put Charlton in front after 23 minutes. Then Quinn's header on 51. Kevin Phillips, who had to go off afterwards, putting Sunderland 2-1 in front on 58. Breaking Brian Clough's record in the process. 71 minutes, wonderful touch there. And another goal for Clive Mendonca. Just 2 minutes later, Sunderland back in front, Niall Quinn making it 3-2. After that, Dicchio missed a big chance for Sunderland to wrap things up. 6 minutes from time, Richard Rufus's first goal for Charlton, 3-all. That meant extra time. If we had a golden goal rule, this would have won it. Nicky Summerby in the 99th minute. But it wasn't to be. 104 minutes and Clive Mendonca completed the first ever hat-trick in a playoff final. Fantastic goals from Mendonca, Ray.
Absolutely. I must say though, Marcus, the fitness levels of the players, they've really given us an afternoon of sheer entertainment, and it's going to be very, very sad for anyone that loses, but that really was a hat-trick of fantastic skill. His first touch on all the goals was just fantastic. He really does look a striker of quality.
And having been named man of the match, what are the odds now on Clive Mendonca missing that crucial penalty, Lenny?
You shouldn't even have said, don't say that, Marcus.
I'm sorry, Clive.
The sad thing is, as Clive said, there's got to be a loser, really. I mean, I know that the format is that, you know, it's been decided that there will be a penalty shootout, but you can't help but thinking it would be fair if they all came back on Saturday and went through it again. As has been said, it's going to be very, very difficult for the losers to pick themselves up.
Well, of course, the goalkeepers are now going to come into their own. We've spoken at length about Sasa Ilic, you in particular, Lenny, at half-time. If he does have his faults, shot stopping doesn't appear to be one of them. So would you fancy him ahead of Perez in this shootout?
6 of one, half a dozen of another. I mean, Perez showed fantastic reactions on one or two, especially that deflected free kick from Mark Bright in the second half there to palm it away. He made an error on the corner that Richard Rufus scored from to get him back in the game. I don't think Sasa Ilic has made any errors in particular, and he's come quite good at the end of the second half. But I just think it'll be some poor individual who hasn't taken a penalty for about a year or 2 years will come up as the 6th or 7th man, and it'll all be decided on that moment. And that, I don't think that's right.
Clive, are you ever involved in a penalty shootout?
I've had penalty shootouts, yeah, and I think the important thing is, having been in that situation, is not to change your mind. I think you've just got to be so focused. You've got to make sure that you know what you're doing, and really just try to concentrate and see it right the way through.
Of course, normally Kevin Phillips would have taken one of the Sunderland penalties, Ray. He's not there anymore, which is going to put even more pressure on one of those people than he was talking about.
Yeah, I think so. I think Mark Bright would probably have taken one for Charlton as well, and obviously you can only use the players that were on the pitch at the end of the match, so it's a bitter blow for both sides, but it is going to be some poor soul that hasn't taken a kick for a long, long time. And I don't think it's down to the goalkeepers, really. The goalkeepers will make a judgment whether I go to my right or to my left, and the poor bloke that's a bag of nerves running up to kick it, it's really down to him. And as Clive's quite rightly stated, don't change your mind. If you're going to wallop it, wallop it.
It'll be interesting to see which end they take the penalties, whether it's the Sunderland end or whether it's the Charlton end, and whether that in turn puts pressure on the opposition players.
Well, I can tell you that it's going to be at our end, the Sunderland end, the tunnel end. So,
wonder if that was decided beforehand or by the toss of a coin.
Well, whichever way, it has gone Sunderland's way. And it's good from our point of view as well, up here in the studio. Perez could be playing his last game, of course, for Sunderland. He hasn't got a contract. If he's the hero in the next 10 minutes, then surely Peter Reid will have to say, all right, mate, you can stay.
It's just unbelievable, I think, when you consider the seasons that both teams have had, that defensively they've been very good in the run-up to this particular game. 4 goals conceded by both of them, and then it comes down to the goalkeepers. It's quite incredible.
Well, I'm sure they've by now decided who is going to take the first 5. Remember, both teams take 5, and if it's still level after that, it will then go to sudden death. Who has the nerve? 10 bags of nerves, as Ray described them, waiting to wobble towards the penalty spot at the tunnel end, to place the ball on the spot, and then try and beat either that man, Lionel Perez, or that man, Sasa Ilic. A Frenchman in one goal, an Australian Yugoslav in the other. At stake, a place in the top division in English football. We're just about ready to go. Once again, it's back to 2 more bags of nerves, Alan Brazil and Rob Hawthorne.
Not as nervous, I'm sure, as the 2 goalkeepers, but it looks, from who's stepping forward, as though Clive Mendonca, who's had such an heroic game already so far for Charlton, is going to take the first kick. He's the only player who scored a penalty for Charlton during the course of this season. He scored a hat-trick during the 4-all draw in normal time. It's at the Sunderland end. He's facing Lionel Perez with the first kick. Can Mendonca give Charlton the start they need? Yes, he can. 1-0 up.
Wow, I'll be honest with you, I'm delighted for this fella. Against his boyhood heroes, in front of all his pals, the Sunderland fans, and didn't he tuck it away nicely? Top man.
Nicky Summerby, who also scored during the normal course of the game, now has to face Ilic.
He's a big lad, this fella, Rob, in goal. I'll probably make him favourite.
Well, it's been such a fairy tale start to Ilic's Charlton career. Can he now complete it with a penalty save in this crucial shootout? Summerby looking to equalise and does.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Ilic was playing the clown on the goal line, bouncing about. Look at him, bouncing about, jumping about. Summerby kept his eye on the ball. Whack. 1-1.
And with every penalty that's taken and scored, the pressure increases on the next taker. And this is where the decisions of the managers are crucial. Do they go with their regular penalty takers first, or do they go with the ones they're not so sure about? It's Steve Brown, who came on for Charlton, who's stepping forward to take the responsibility here of keeping Alan Kirbishley's side's men's noses in front. Brown facing the catcalls, and Perez, and scores!
Yeah, great penalty from the substitute. Perez decides the right way, but the power and pace and accuracy puts Charlton back in front. Good penalty this. Right foot, bang. No messing, not exactly in the corner. The power and pace beats Perez.
Well, Alan Johnston scored a penalty at Huddersfield earlier in the season as part of a hat-trick that he scored on that day. He and Kevin Phillips, who can't take part in the shootout because he's gone off. Sunderland's only penalty scorers in the course of the campaign, but some can't even bear to look at what's unfolding in front of them. The heavy burden of responsibility on 24-year-old Alan Johnston. And he scores.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Concentration there from Johnston. Wouldn't look at the goalkeeper, only at the ball. Side of the foot, bang, sends him the wrong way.
Well, it's a long walk up when the guy who's taken the kick before you has scored, and one can only guess at the thoughts running through Keith Jones's mind as he steps forward now to take the latest kick. It's a question of being focused and blanking out the jeers from the Sunderland fans who surround him. It's mind games now with Perez. And Jones completes the 5th scored penalty, 3-2 to Charlton.
Well, we've not had one bad penalty yet, and Jones fairly pings us in the corner, right into the stanchion. Perez guesses the right way, but again, the power and pace beats the goalkeeper.
Well, now the pressure is on Sunderland. Charlton have maintained the upper hand. Alan Kirbishley hoping here for a miss from the Sunderland captain. It's Kevin Ball against Illich. And he's done it too.
Wow. The old Heart's beaten away with the right foot. Again, the goalie goes the right way, but the pace is on the ball. And now the pressure builds on the remaining players to take one.
One captain has done it. Can the other do it? Mark Kinsella follows Kevin Ball's lead in leading from the front and taking his responsibility here against Lionel Perez. 6 penalties taken, 6 penalties scored. We're approaching that agonising stage of sudden death. They're praying and hoping that their captain can do it for them. And Kinsella scores as well.
Look at the relief on the youngster's face. Oh dear. Sending the goalkeeper the wrong way with the right foot and finds that corner. Now, pressure, pressure, pressure.
Well, they try and act as cool as possible. And Chris Makin is just striding forward, limbering himself up for the challenge that lies ahead, but it's nail-biting stuff. These penalty shootouts always are, but especially with the prize at stake that there is for Peter Reid's side. Agony for those taking them and for those watching them. Here comes Makin, and he's just about got it in.
Oh, 42,000 hearts stop for a moment there as Illich looks to the skies, almost, and Makin, oh dear, so relieved here. And look at that, the big fella gets 2 hands to it and can't palm it out. So close. Oh, relief for Sunderland.
Mark Bowen has played in big games. He's played in Europe with Norwich City, scored for them in that famous win at Bayern Munich, facing a real pressure situation here, and he scores 100%. The record's maintained, but Sunderland can't afford to miss the next one.
Fantastic bottle from Mark Bowen, fantastic. That is a pressure pot of a penalty. Just blasts it in that favoured side.
But Alex Ray here has to score. Otherwise, Charlton go into the Premiership and Sunderland face life in the First Division for yet another season. Can he do it? Yes!
Oh. Very, very cool about it, wasn't he? Goodness me. Fantastic. With the right foot, Illich decides to go there. Even his big frame can't get there with the left hand. Superb, Alex Ray.
Well done to the first 10 penalty takers, but it's rethink time now because they've got to go further down the order, further down than they expected to have to go. And this really is nerve-crunching stuff now. No one can afford to miss. And John Robinson, who's only returned to the game today after a 9-match absence because of that hairline leg fracture, is coming forward, bearing here a heavy duty of responsibility. Can Perez make the first save of the shootout? It's Robinson. Another goal.
Yeah, wrong foot in the keeper. And Alan Kirbishley, wow. I think him and Reedy are going to have to take penalties in a minute. Good penalty, right foot, wrong foot's Perez. Off pressure on Quinney.
Well, this would be tragic now if Niall Quinn, who played his part so fully during the 4-4 draw with 2 goals, was to miss the kick that cost Sunderland promotion to the Premiership. Peter Reid, of course, has great faith in the big Republic of Ireland international striker, a man for the big occasion, as he proves again.
Fabulous, fabulous stuff. Cool, calm, collected, with a side foot, sends him the wrong way. Well done, Quinney. That's his hat-trick.
And now it's Sean Newton coming forward to put his neck on the chopping block. Alan Kirbishley with fingers crossed, praying to the heavens that Newton maintains this outstanding 100% record. They really have been exemplary penalties so far. Can Newton keep it up? Well, there wasn't much of a run-up, but he's done it.
Oh, dear. Perez looks at him, can't believe it. And of all the penalties, maybe this wasn't, well, it's a goal, but look at that. Just getting a little bit loft in the ball, taking it past the Frenchman.
7-6 then. And Michael Gray knows what he has to do here. Everyone in the stadium knows what he has to do here. Alan Kirbishley not looking, but hoping nonetheless that Michael Gray misses. And he has missed! Illich has saved it! Charlton are in the Premiership! And Illich, the man who a year ago was playing non-league football, has denied Gray with a vital kick. Sunderland are consigned to another season in the First Division. But Charlton are pouring in here on their heroes, and the goalkeeper at the bottom of the pile has made sure that there'll be top-flight football at the Valley next season for the first time in 41 years.
Oh, God. Well done, Charlton and Alan Kirbishley, but I feel for Michael Gray. That is hard. Hard than this man too. Congratulations, Charlton Athletic. Fabulous. But what a way to end what has been a fantastic afternoon. Reedy, well done, Reedy. Straight to Michael Gray. What tragic, tragic. But fabulous. This, what a fairy tale for this guy. Magnificent.
Sasha Illich, the player who really came to Charlton through a fluke contact. One of their directors was told that he was available by a business contact in Chicago. They were aware that he was having trials with Aston Villa, but that they were struggling to get a work permit for him. Charlton nipped in, he liked what he saw at the Valley, and he can hardly believe how far he's come. He may have conceded 4 goals in the game, but it's his save that ensures that Charlton are back in the top flight and in the Premiership for the first time in their history.
Oh, Rob, incredible scenes here. No side deserved to lose. What a shame.
Sunderland really utterly deflated. Their fans as well. It's really been a heartbreaking day for them. And that is the message of the day. Illich has done it for them.
Both sides, what an entertaining afternoon. A fabulous football match. We've seen it all. Skill, determination, some great support from both sides. No one deserved to lose this match. But well done, congratulations for the South London side. Fabulous.
Alan Kirbishley's team just refused to lie down. 3 times they were behind and 3 times they pulled back to level. They kept their nerve in the penalty shootout, and the man who's built this team on a shoestring budget takes them all to the Premiership, while Michael Gray reflects on a lost opportunity. He's inconsolable at the moment, but he really did play well during the course of the game and extra time. Delight for the winners, but dejection for the losers. Niall Quinn, let's hear from him now.
Well, Niall Quinn, what on earth can you say in a situation like this?
Well, it's a choker. We knew beforehand whoever stayed down between the two of us was going to be hard done by. But there's two things. One, very pleased for Charlton. They've done great all season. I'm delighted for them. But for us, we know we're the best football team in this division and we're going to bounce up next year. I know we're going to have a lot of disappointed people, but it's all the way we play. We go forward, we attack people. We can go one of two ways now. We can either feel sorry for ourselves like we did at the start last year, or we can start from day one. And if we start from day one next season, we'll be back with the big boys.
Does it feel like a defeat, though?
Well, 4-4 at Wembley and losing penalties, it's weird. I promise you it's weird, but I mean, you have to look to the future. I mean, well done there. They've done great. There'll be a few sorry guys out here tonight, but we're still a very big football club and we're still on the way up. I can promise people that. We'll be up with the big boys if we carry on like we did for the last 6-7 months.
Well, commiserations, congratulations as well. A brilliant game. Deflated now, but defiant talk from Niall Quinn there, talking to Rob Palmer. And the Sunderland fans will now rue the cruel luck of the penalty shootout. Illich, though, the hero.
Oh, I feel for Michael Gray. Yeah, well done, the goalkeeper. Guesses the right way. Michael Gray is heartbroken. His teammates will get round him tonight. Don't worry about that. And tomorrow, he's big enough. He's a top player. Has an excellent game. And if someone had to do it, someone had to miss. And his teammates are very important to him tonight and tomorrow. Alan Kirbishley can't look, but what a proud man he is.
He knew straight away from the roar, without looking, that his team had made it, thanks to Gray's miss.
Yeah, fabulous. But very, very positive from Niall Quinn. And that's the way someone have to look at next season. Positive. They say they're the best team in the division. They can be back. Well, I was going to say they can be back here next year. But they'll be hoping for an automatic place. The bad results against West Brom and Ipswich, that's what cost them it. But what a game they've witnessed this afternoon. They should be very proud of themselves, the supporters as well. Great support they give the team.
Well, Mark Kinsella leads his weary troops up the steps for deserved congratulations from the nationwide representative. Charlton get the silverware, but the pot of gold is their place in the Premiership next season. But let's hear from the losing manager, Peter Reid. He's talking now to Rob Palmer.
Well, the fireworks are going off in that half of the field. What's going on in your heart and your mind at the moment, Peter?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Alan Kirbishley and his players. It's been a long, hard season, and it comes down to a penalty. I think it's a bit harsh here when it comes down to a young man and a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. But the players all over to the season have been superb, and I'm very, very proud of them. I'm obviously disappointed, but that's football.
Do you accept that they were the better team today? Do you think you were the better team?
I thought after the first half we didn't play well, but after that I thought we went bad today. After the first half, when we got a lot of young lads who were a little bit apprehensive, a little bit sensitive, but once we start passing it, I thought we were okay.
Penalty shoots aren't very nice, are they?
Well, they're not when you get this.
What's the answer?
I don't know. It's really difficult, I suppose. I just find it's really, I mean, I'll just speak to a kid like Michael Gray, who's been magnificent all season. I mean, that's football. I suppose it's the only way. World Cups are won on penalties, and playoffs are won and lost on pens. There you go.
Well, it's not telling you to cheer up. I hope you cheer up, Peter. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, dejection for Sunderland, but joy for Charlton. And their captain, Mark Kinsella, is with our reporter, Alan Bentley.
Mark, marvellous scenes. What are you feeling right now?
No words can describe. I think we came here with confidence in our own ability. I think we were just sort of underdogs today, but we battled well. We cut 3 goals behind twice, and we just kept it going and we just knew a couple of penalties seemed to be going our way. And when we got to go first in the penalties, we put the pressure back on them.
Was there ever a moment when you felt you're out of it?
Every time we went to goal behind, I think he felt like we could never pull this back, and we just kept pulling it back each goal. And Clive McDonald's a hat-trick today is absolutely superb.
You stepped up to take a penalty. How nerve-wracking was that?
It wasn't there. I thought 3 or 4 of them had already been substituted regular penalties, so we were 5 have stepped up and we've done the job, and then Rob O'Neill's carried it on from there. Sash, great save.
Well, here he is now. Sasha, I can bring you in. A fairy tale ending. Do you believe in fairy tales? please somebody pinch me, because I don't believe this is happening. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Slightly different from St Leonard's, isn't it?
Just a bit. Not that much of a difference.
As I understand it, you have been watched too. Yugoslavs are watching you today.
Ironically, I mean, I didn't have a save to make, conceded 4 goals. And what a way to finish off by just, you know, saving 1 penalty. Unbelievable. The lads, full credit to the lads. Defence, midfield, strike. I think we're just one brilliant team and fantastic, fantastic club. And I can't believe this is happening. I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and say, wow, where am I?
Well done. Well, we owe a lot to this man, Clive. The first hat-trick in a playoff final and 3 quality goals. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. I thought it must have been a good game to watch. It must have been a great game. I'm just like, I thought the lads were magnificent today. I thought Sunderland played their part as well. As I say, it must have been a good game to watch. It's just the way it goes, isn't it?
From your point of view, which was the pick of your goals?
I like the first one, so it was a good little turn and I just slotted it in like. But I'd just like to personally say I'm sorry to all my mates in Sunderland. That's just the way it goes. I'll see you in the summer, boys.
And when are you planning to go back to Wearside?
I'm not telling you that.
Well done in your nationwide man of the match. Well done, Clive.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, I hope he's got the false nose and the moustache ready when he does go back to Wearside. But for now, he's going to join in the celebrations. What an afternoon it's been for Clive Mendonca. He scored one of the penalties, and that really was a great ratio. The first 13 penalties all scored until the unfortunate Gray's miss. That's what settled it in the end then. An incredible game, 4-4 after extra time. 7-6, Charlton have beaten Sunderland on penalties.
Well, there's something about Wembley that North East clubs just don't like. Middlesbrough lost the Coca-Cola Cup final, Newcastle the FA Cup final, Law Town the FA Vase, and now Sunderland have been beaten at the last hurdle in the playoffs. What an afternoon of football. After the break, we'll have more reaction to that save, which means Charlton are in the Premiership for the very first time, and Sunderland will have to do it all over again. Join us in a couple of minutes.
Pace. Vision. Grit. Leadership. Flair. Precision. And magic. Can England supply the winning ingredients? The last stop on the World Cup warm-up. Catch all the action with contenders France, Belgium and Morocco. For international football, the King Hassan II Cup, Wednesday and Friday, Sky Sports 2.
Orange believe that everyone's entitled to the best reception. That's why we're installing more transmitters in more places than any other digital network. To find out more about the network that performs better, call 0800 80 1080.
A home without colour is a home without life. If something inspires you, be inspired. You can paint with paint, or you can paint with light.
Whatever look you're looking for, Homebase can help you find it. We have 250 trained paint mixers and a quality guarantee on every Homebase product, or your money back.
Always show your true colours, even if they're not everyone's cup of tea.
There's no place like Homebase.
And now, new small-size Pringles. Absolutely stacked full of chips for when you're on the go, so when you can't stop, you can still pop.
Bonjour mademoiselle, vous ne devriez pas porter des paquets aussi lourds, comme cela. Vous devriez plutôt les porter comme ceci.
Merci.
Il n'y a pas de quoi.
He who drinks Australian thinks Australian.
This is amazing. Loctite Superglue. It's high performance. It's instant power. It sticks in seconds and it won't let you down. Loctite sticks china, wood, metal, rubber, leather, card and plastic. Loctite Superglue. Incredible sticking power.
Don't pay a travel agent around £30. Buy your travel insurance for under £15 from General Accident Direct. Call 0800 121 007 and save muchas pesetas.
Can't be late this morning. Pressure's on. See, in my field, there's no time to muck around. Simply got to deliver.
For a quick, nutritious breakfast cereal, add milk, then wake up, drink up, get out.
Easy, girl, easy.
The moment Michael Gray will never forget for all the wrong reasons. And the moment Mark Kinsella will never forget for all the right reasons. Charlton are back. And they're still celebrating down there, and they'll be celebrating long into the night. Lenny Lawrence, Ray Wilkins and Clive Allen are with me this afternoon. Clive, you said throughout Charlton were going to do it, and in the end, after a lot of drama, you were proved right.
It's incredible drama. It's been a great advert for nationwide football. I think it couldn't have finished in a better way for Charlton. But and really, this is a story of a number of years. They've built the foundations. They've gone back to the valley. They've gone from strength to strength of a club, and now they're back in the Premiership. Incredible story. Many congratulations to Alan Kirbishley and his team.
Well, one of their heroes today was Richard Rufus, who scored his first ever goal for the club, and he's now talking to Alan Bentley. He's obviously been shouting so much he's lost his voice. We'll hopefully hear from him in a couple of minutes. But Ray, terrific afternoon. It's been said by Alan and Rob, it is such a shame that a match of this importance has to end in a penalty shootout.
It's not so much the match, Mark, because it's 10 months of hard graft for them players, and they have worked very, very hard, both sets of players. And for that to come down to a last kick by, as Reedy said, a young man who was probably a bag of nerves before he took it anyway. I think it's the only way it can be done, other than the golden goal, but it seems a very, very sad climax to what was an absolutely wonderful afternoon.
Of course, if there had been the golden goal, Sunderland would have won, courtesy of that strike by Nicky Somerby after 99 minutes. Now, Lenny, we should have listened to you before the game, because you were telling us about which crowd goes at which end and who wins as a result of all that. Just remind us of that stat.
Well, we just said that every final that's been won this year, the supporters of the winning team have been at the end, that Charlton are at now, still celebrating. And apparently, as Alan Brazil said, the rugby league final, which I didn't seize upon, is another one as well. So
you reckon all the five-a-sides have been won by
I think even the young lads who were playing beforehand, I think the school from the Bexley Heath area, the Charlton team, won that as well. So there you go.
Well, Richard Rufus has taken a throat lozenge. He can now talk to Alan Bentley.
Richard, you certainly picked the time and the place to score your first ever goal.
Yeah, I'm so pleased for me to score my first goal. Furthermore, for us to be promoted into the Premiership.
I mean, is it something you've had stick off from the lads before?
All season they've kept saying to me, when I'm going to score my first goal, I said, give it time, give it time.
In the past, you've been linked with Premiership clubs. Is it a delight to get there with Charlton?
That's right, I always said I wouldn't mind getting there with Charlton, so now it's time to prove my point.
I mean, was there ever a moment in that game where you thought you weren't going to pull through?
Not really. We've tried like doing well all season, and like we're scoring a hat-trick. I thought we were having a chance to get back in.
You're hoping the manager won't look at some of the defending in that game?
Yeah.
Well done today. What are you going to do tonight?
What's that?
What are you going to do tonight?
I think we're going to go out with the lads, celebrate, have a few drinks, take it easy.
Well, have a good time. Well done.
Now, I bet he'll go home and just read a book and have a quiet night. Amazing, it went 14 hours and 21 minutes without conceding a goal, and then in the next 60 minutes, they let in 4 and they still won. And Ray, you said when they went, I think 4-3 down, well, if they come back from this, they do deserve to win it overall.
Well, to actually come back 3 times in a match, Marcus, and a match of this importance as well, is a remarkable feat. And I honestly felt that if Danny Deitch would have stuck that away with his head, I'm not blaming Danny for 1 minute, but I think he just made one wrong decision there, Danny. It would have been 4-2, and I think that would have been curtains for Charlton. But they showed such resilience to come back there. Alan must be a very proud man of the group of guys he's got working for him.
Well, Kevin Ball is a loser today, but he's now talking to Rob Palmer.
Well, first of all, congratulations. What was a fantastic game of football, but commiserations. Can you sum up your feelings at the moment?
I don't think there's anything that can really sum up your feelings after a game like that. I mean, from a sort of fan point of view, it must have been a tremendous game, and it was just disappointing that one out of us, or Charlton, had to miss out, unfortunately, on the day it was us. I don't know, it's really hard to describe how you feel at the moment, because I don't think there's any words really fit it.
You're going to pick yourself up and start all over again for next year, haven't you? You came down to one kick of a football.
Yeah, we have to pick ourselves up. It'll take a few days, and we'll have to pick ourselves up, because the support we had in, the support we've all had all year has been absolutely fantastic. They need Premier League football, and we're going to pick ourselves up and make sure next year we get it.
It's a game which will sadly be remembered for the miss of the penalty kick. How would you sum up the 90 minutes in the extra time?
Well, I think the 90 minutes in extra time is as good a game of football as you're going to get goal-wise, plenty of instants and that. You don't win or lose promotion on a penalty in the last game of the season. You win or lose promotion over the whole year. Let's get that right and start off with. We're obviously very disappointed for Mickey. He's a tremendous player, got a fantastic future ahead of him, but no one's ever going to say anything about this penalty miss. You win or lose promotion over a year. Let's get that right.
In some ways, I suppose it makes you a stronger, tighter-knit team, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right, it will do, yeah. OK, thank you, Bob.
Leading goal scorers in the country, but they're still in the First Division. They'll have to try again next year. We now know that it's Nottingham Forest, Middlesbrough and Charlton who are going up. a marvellous season for those three clubs, but Sunderland can be proud of their contribution, and I'm sure they will be back next season. But this afternoon, Wembley belongs to Charlton. The South Londoners enjoying themselves in North London. There's the run and celebration dive. Will they fall flat on their faces in the Premiership? We'll discuss that and see the story of the match when we come back. Well, it's all been too much for some people this afternoon. He just can't believe it. After 10 months, it's all come to this. And she's going to get through a few handkerchiefs between now and home, whenever she gets home. However, inside the Charlton dressing room, it's sandwiches and smiles, and the trophy, and the knowledge that they are in the Premiership for the first time. The first of several cans of beer being sunk. I'm sure there's some champagne dotted about the place. A few other liquid refreshments as well. And even a glass of water as well. It's been a quite remarkable afternoon, the end of a quite remarkable season in the Nationwide League. Clive Allen, Ray Wilkins and Lenny Lawrence have been with me. Let's look back at the highlights. So many of them. The story of the match will probably last longer than the match itself. As they walked out, we all said in unison, this is going to be a really tight affair. What happened?
It was a really tight affair.
But not in the way we expected. Early on, Sasarilic was causing a few moments of worry for the Charlton fans and management. He got away with that. He was to play a huge part as the afternoon wore on. First goal. 23 minutes, 5 men on for what a finish.
Well, it was the start of a perfect hat-trick, I think. I can't remember seeing a hat-trick of such quality. There wasn't a scrappy goal in it. This is absolutely first-class skill. And really, it's the subtlest of finishes. It really is quality, top quality.
And he said that was his favourite of the three. Would you go along that road?
I think just the skill factor was wonderful. Jody Craddock tried to read the 1-2 with Mark Bright, and it was just a superb piece of skill.
Chances for Sunderland in the first half, but they didn't get one on target in the first 45 minutes. Lee Clark came close just before the interval there after good interplay between Quinn and Phillips. Start of the second half, different story altogether. There is Quinn 1-1.
Disappointing goal from Charlton's point of view there. Squeezing at the near post and Noel Quinn getting a yard up on Eddie Yowds there to get his header in the first place. And the full-back not quite been on the post there. Bit of a disappointing goal, but well taken by Noel Quinn, who's considering himself extremely unfortunate to be on the losing side, and may not have been if that had gone in.
He was definitely onside, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. Great header coming up here from Kevin Ball to put Phillips in for that goal. It's a magnificent challenge and great composure and a quality finish.
His 35th goal of the season. It makes him the country's leading goal scorer, and it means he has broken Brian Clough's post-war record for Sunderland. And they missed him, I suppose, when he went off injured after that, Clive.
They definitely missed him, yeah, but I think he'd have swapped every one of those goals for winning this game this afternoon. But there's Mendonca's second, and again, on this particular occasion, it wasn't that first touch, it's his second one. That is just brilliant, the way he knocks it out of his feet to give him the chance to finish it. And as I say, it was an almost, if such a thing is possible, perfect hat-trick.
End-to-end stuff after that. There's Quinn again, 3-2 Sunderland.
That's right, he always takes up that far post position where that diagonal ball finds him once again, and he beats Illich at the near post. I would think Illich would be a little bit disappointed, and here's this diving header I thought Danny should have gone for. He's got great feet, but he's super in the air, and I think he should have taken that on with his head.
That was a terrific save from Perez to keep out Bright. Reflex stuff, but from the corner, disaster for the French keeper.
He's trying to get there through so many bodies, you know, it's impossible for him really. I mean, if he'd have stood still, Rufus would probably have headed it into his hands, but he's made the decision to go for it and left the goal unguarded, and on such decisions the game's decided.
From Mark Bright there, he just actually stepped across his path, so he was never ever going to get to the cross, and he gave Rufus the easiest of chances to finish.
This is his first goal for the club, and there's Nicky Summerby in the 99th minute to put Sunderland ahead again for the third time.
Great football, great interchanging of passing, great movement from Nicky Summerby, and a superb finish.
Niles Quinn's contribution again is superb. He's had an excellent game this afternoon, but this is brilliant. That is just absolutely brilliant, because the ball's fired across from Steve Jones here. That first touch, look where it's magnificent.
28 for the season for Mendonca. That meant penalties, and that was the decisive one. The 14th save by Sasa Ilic. Charlton promoted. He's rather enjoyed himself since moving from St Leonard's Town, hasn't he?
You could say that, Marcus. Yeah, that's a bit of a rise to fame in a short period of time, isn't it? But
it certainly has.
He did well to get across the goal there. I wouldn't have fancied being the one on the bottom there.
And back to live scenes, and champagne inside that cup. What a night it's going to be for the addicts. Gosh, that looks good. Wouldn't mind a glass of it up here.
They deserve it as well.
Their cup overrunneth. Question is, when the hangovers go, what's going to happen in the Premiership next season, Clyde?
Well, there's a lot of hard work to be done. I think it's just beginning, but I think what Alan Kirbishley's done is laid the foundations, and I think they will go from strength to strength.
Ray?
I think they'll do okay. They're obviously a well-organised side. You can't go 9 games on the spin with not conceding a goal, and then all of a sudden get 4 put past you today. But they're obviously very well organised. But I think they will have to reinforce. You know, you even see the big boys in the Premier League are reinforcing all the time. So I'm sure Alan will want to reinforce the side, and we'll see where they go from there.
Well, Lenny, you were in charge last time Charlton were in the top division, so you know what sort of job he's got in store.
Yeah, it's a bit harder now, I think, in fairness. But they've got greater support than we had. Obviously, we played at Selhurst Park, which was a different kettle of fish. They'll have a 20,000 capacity at the Valley, which I'm sure will be full every week. I think they'll spend the TV money. I think they'll try and do it the Leicester way. Not in terms of style of play, but in terms of buying perhaps the best first division players, 3 or 4, adding them to the young players they got coming through, and the very good team they had on show today.
Going to stop you because Alan Kirbishley is now waiting to talk to Alan Bentley.
Alan, quite simply, what are your thoughts right now?
Well, I came here today and, we kept all them clean sheets, and I wondered if we could do it again. And, law of averages says you can't. But I don't think I've ever seen a game like it. And how can you lose? And me and Peter was having a little bit of laugh, trying to ease the tension, I think, on the bench there. But what a game. And if we'd have lost it, I think it would have been unbearable. And I don't know how they feel in there now. But certainly, just what a game. I just don't know what to say about it. It just had everything, didn't it?
Now, there were heroes all over the park, but Clive Mendonca, I mean, you took a gamble on him when perhaps others were worried about his long-term fitness, and he's rewarded you in style this season, hasn't he?
Not so much a gamble. I think we sat down with the chairman in the summer. I said I wanted to buy him. We thought he'd cost us £1 million, but he was out of contract. We went in there quickly. We were roughly about now, I think. The season just ended and we steamed in. And I couldn't quite believe he signed for us, I'll be honest. And I got him down a couple of times, sucked up an awful lot. I've done all I could, and he come back and signed. And, he started it really. I think the players come back pre-season, saw him sitting there, Matty Holmes, who had just come out of the Premiership himself, and that was the start.
Now, the bookies might see you possibly as whipping boys in the Premiership. I mean, how are you going to keep the side in there?
I don't. I think I'll be doing everyone a disservice by talking about them in that length at the moment. I think we just got to enjoy this. It's been a long, long season. We haven't got long to rest, and I think we just got to enjoy this. I haven't even thought about what we're going to do or how we're going to do it. And that's the truth. I'm going to have a couple of days off myself, and I'll have to sit down and try and work things out.
And can you just give us a quick word on Sunderland and Peter Reid?
Well, I must admit that they come third, and perhaps the way it was before, the third team should go up. But we both had magnificent runs, and for us to end up 2 points behind them, but they've got to dig in and do it again. They started off poorly last year, and had to make a lot of ground up. So perhaps this will hold them in good stead. I did feel today that perhaps we had the edge on the experience, and the 1 or 2 young boys I had, Danny Mills and that, obviously, we had 1 or 2, but they had quite a few. And the longer the game went on, perhaps it was our day, but. 4-4, magnificent, and the penalties. What can I say? Lost for words.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Thank you.
He's had a wonderful season, and he's got a lot more to look forward to. Clive, Ray, Lenny, thank you very much indeed for your company. Enjoy the summer. We've had honourable losers and honourable winners today. It's bad luck, Sunderland. Well done, Charlton. From all of us, goodbye.